Morning, Commissioner Dalton and Commissioner Andrion. Whenever you're ready, mic and video check, please.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm going to turn my video is going to stay off till I'm done eating.
Okay, sounds good.
Do that.
Morning, Commissioner Cushney. I see your video is working.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. I hereby call this meeting of the Elections Commission to order at 10 a.m. on May 6th. Meeting is being conducted by video conference and telephone. I'd like to remind the commissioners to keep their cameras on for the duration of the meeting. Can I have a roll call, Nicole?
Yes. Commissioner Andrion,
Here?
Commissioner Alpana. Excuse. Commissioner Cushney,
Here.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas,
Here.
Chair Curtis.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Item 3 is approval of the written minutes of the April 1st, 2026 meeting. We'll first take public testimony. As a reminder to those testifying, your testimony must pertain to the agenda item of the written minutes of April 1st. Will the secretary please explain the testimony procedures and announce the first testifier?
Okay. If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time.
For liberty and justice.
We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of your testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. Again, we are taking testimony on agenda item 3 regarding the approval of written minutes from the April 1st, 2026 meeting. The first testifier is Doug Pasnick, followed by Alohalani Hope.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Chair, prospective chairs, and commissioners, I'm testifying to preserve the record. On November 10th, this commission referred the CEO and the EC to the Attorney General for investigation of alleged malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance.
Is that on the minutes of the last meeting?
Yes, sir. May I continue, and can I reclaim my time?
If it's on the minutes of the last meeting, yes.
If I can continue. May I continue?
You stated other minutes, but you're referring to the April 1st minutes?
I am referring to the May minutes, which is what you're discussing right now. April minutes, yes, the April minutes.
If it's on the April minutes, please continue and reclaim your time.
Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time. I'm going to begin again. Chair, prospective chairs, and commissioners, I'm testifying to preserve the record. On November 10th, 2025, this commission referred the CEO and the EC to the Attorney General for investigation of alleged malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. Reference your letter OE 25140 and ECC 25-006. That referral remains unresolved. No findings, no closure, no accountability. During your February meeting, this commission voted to carry unfinished business forward on future agendas. In my testimony last month, I stated, let the record reflect EC 25006 and OE 25140 as unfinished business. Yet today, the minutes do not reflect that request, and the agenda does not include these matters. So the commission's own proceedings establish a formal referral for investigation, a commission vote to carry unfinished business forward, and a public request entered on the record, and yet the matter disappears. That's not clerical, it's structural. And when referrals are not tracked, accountability dissolves. When duly approved commission actions are not carried forward, accountability fails. And when the record omits what was said, the official record no longer reflects the full truth. Under HRS 11.8.5, this commission is responsible for ensuring the validity and reliability of elections. If this commission cannot reliably maintain its own record and accountability process, how does it ensure the reliability of elections in the state of Hawaii? The people can see the difference. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
The next testifier is Alohalani Hope, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Aloha.
Aloha.
How come I don't have to see myself on the screen there, Chair? What do I do?
I don't know about your camera.
Okay. Maybe now. There you go. Blessings.
There you go.
Mahalo. As stated earlier in the April agenda items, I have asked you to resign, Scott Nago to resign, and I have sent as well as many seniors in North Kohala, emails to the Election Commission. Are those emails being given to you folks?
I don't think that's on the minutes of last meeting.
It was stated in the last meeting, Chair. If you go over what we spoke of, all of us testifiers, my question is, where are those emails? And the approval of the written minutes are not acceptable if you don't have those emails that we sent you, Chair. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Michelle Stefanik. I'm testifying today regarding the approval of the April 1st, 2026 meeting minutes. There is a serious and ongoing issue with the accuracy and integrity of the Commission's official record, specifically regarding Deputy Attorney General Ching's written opinion. On February 4th, 2026, the Commission passed a motion to obtain and include Deng Ching's written opinion regarding the audit of the Hawaii County ballots, regarding auditing the Hawaii County ballots. That was a formal action of this body. It was not optional. Yet months later, the written opinion still has not been properly included in the meeting minutes. And this is not a misunderstanding. We have clear recorded statements from the April 1st meeting confirming both the issue and the promised correction. For example, if you watch the meeting minutes from April 1st, you can see at the 49.03 minute mark, Chair Curtis states, quote, staff hasn't included it. Staff hasn't included it, will include it, will instruct the staff to include it in the meeting minutes of 2 meetings ago and include it in the meeting minutes for the record. At minute mark 49:18, when asked for confirmation, Chair Curtis said, and I quote again, we'll make sure staff does because they're aware of it now. And again at 51.38, Chair Curtis states, Ching's letter will be a member of the minutes. These are clear directives and commitments on the record. Yet here we are today, and those corrections have still not been made. Additionally, the April 1st discussion regarding the topics listed lasted for nearly 10 minutes, which was where the commissioners repeatedly raised concerns that a prior commission vote was not being carried out. Commissioner Lindsay stated at the 49.03 minute mark, we've already voted on this and we're all wondering why this is still not in the meeting minutes. This is not a minor omission. This is failure to execute a direction of the commission and direction for chair as it would be completed. I am asking you today that a motion be made that this meeting direct staff to immediately update the prior meeting minutes to include Chang's written opinion as previously voted on, and that the update be completed and reported back to the commission before adjournment today so that it can be verified on the record. This is a matter of accountability. The commission voted for it, and the record must reflect that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stefanik.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Austin Martin.
Hello, Chair.
Aloha.
Hey, it's the last day, right? So congratulations. You don't have to hear us complain anymore. But I already sent it on the testimony to you guys, but I'll just be formal regarding the agenda items. So I don't approve of the minutes on April Fool's Days because, you know, as you say in my points, I'm just reading my testimony in bullet points. I'll take the whole time, Chair. But, you know, the testimony, like as testifiers Doug said and the previous ones, they're paraphrasing, stripping everything that we said. So they're reducing the minutes. Like even my own testimony, it says, you know, Shelby Billionaire provided testimony requesting the specific DOJ report numbers to be included in the minutes and expressing concern that proof that prior testimony was overly paraphrased. Now, that's what's in quotes. However, they're missing the critical point. I wanted you to reference the specific DOJ cases I filed, which is 739-659 VGJ and 739-662 ZFX. Because I want this on the official public record for the minutes. So, because there's already lawsuits and stuff in place, I don't want to see everyone's hard work go to waste. And I won't skip to agenda 4 or 5 because I know you're going to have to talk about the HVAC and stuff. But regarding the minutes, Chair, I'm still concerned, of how things are being processed, even with or without you in the future, how they're going to be going through, because there's so many laws, statutes, sunshine laws, we can't control it. And even though we brought up like Commissioner Sabas, there's a conflict of interest, it's not showing that on the record. So I'm very concerned with all the laws being done and broken. I know it's your last day to say sayonara. So I have to say thank you and also sayonara as well to do what you can because you'll be voting. I'm already in another training, another meeting, so I won't be all here all day to pester all of you guys. So please do a good job. May the force be with you always, and aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Austin Martin.
Aloha.
Aloha, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for hearing me today. I'll try to be brief. On the agenda minutes, one thing I'm concerned about is that I don't believe the minutes accurately reflect the attempt to illegally pressure this committee into a chair decision under false pretenses and with defects in the process. Of such a nature that it would create a continuing breach. So I want commissioners to understand that they can vote no, that they are not deadlocked, that this committee is, that the DAG, the Supreme Court, they cannot select a chair for you, that the outgoing chair cannot cast a vote on his replacement. These are discussions that should be reflected better. And I think that Deputy Attorney General Ching's opinion is absolutely critical to include on the record for this point, because he was aiding and abetting procedural misconduct and willfully trying to hustle this committee. So I want commissioners to know that even though there's a lot of pressure on you right now to make a decision, you do not need to. It's not necessary. You absolutely have the right and the ability to vote no, and acting on legal advice is not an absolute defense against misconduct. You should know that you are personally voting and being named in these proceedings, and that if you elect a chair under the current circumstances, it could lead to personal liability from political parties, candidates, individuals. There's a lot of theoretical standing here that I believe that the attorney generals are setting you guys up to be the bag holders. And I think that it's really important that we just uphold the integrity of the institution. A good chair is a neutral person who cares about the rules and cares about making sure that everybody has a chance to be heard, that member rights are preserved and upheld, and that the process is maintained. And that is exactly what we do not currently have. And it's really important that you guys are able to make this decision as a deliberative body, without the unnecessary pressure tactics that are being brought to bear. I urge you guys, do not feel like you need to elect a chair today. You don't. If you do not make a decision, the Supreme Court is not allowed to appoint a chair to this commission as a matter of law. And any attempt to do so would result in a pretty major case. I can guarantee you that. So please don't let this work. And I urge this body to uphold the integrity of the process and to be a deliberative body and not let Mr. Ching and Mr. Curtis and Mr. Osterkamp and others hustle you guys into procedural misconduct. We all deserve better than that. You guys deserve better than that. So I'm available for any questions if you have any. I am a practitioner. I'm a chair, not a lawyer. I'm not a parliamentarian, not registered anyway, but they write about me. I yield.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. Testifiers with their hands raised have already provided testimony.
Thank you. Are there additions, corrections, or deletions to the minutes of the April 1st meeting that the commissioners would like to offer?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
So this 22-month rule opinion, we asked for this to be made public, and the Office of Elections sent us an email, the commission members, that that opinion was put in the February 4th minutes. So this is 3 months after that meeting happened. And now you're going back and putting it in those minutes. That's purposeful. Whoever Deputy Attorney General Ching or Scott Nago or yourself does not want the press to read that opinion for some reason. So that opinion needs to be in a current minutes so that it can be read, because nobody's going to go back and look at the minutes after they're out for 3 or 4 months.
Is there a motion on April 1st minutes?
Yes, so the Deputy Attorney General's opinion needs to be added to this so that the press can read it.
So that would be an amendment to the approval of the minutes. So I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st and then discussion on any amendments. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of April 1st as circulated.
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion and or amendments. Ralph, you wanted to make that as an amendment to include Mr. Ching's opinion on what?
The 22-month rule and auditing the emblems. The commission already voted on this. We adopted a motion to have this go on the minutes. And this is totally being slow rolled. So this needs to go on the current minutes. The opinion needs to be put in the current minutes so that the press can read what the Deputy Attorney General has told the commission. And this will be the 4th time we've rehashed this. But going back and burying it in minutes from 3 months ago is not acceptable.
So that's an amendment to add Mr. Ching's opinion on the 22-month rule to the April 1st minutes.
No, to now this.
We're talking about the April 1st minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So is a motion to amend it to include Mr. Ching's opinion on the 22-month rule. Mr. Ching, did you sent that to us?
Yeah, that was a opinion letter that was previously sent to the board.
Dated?
I'm not sure the exact date that it was sent.
Okay.
I believe it was a little bit before the April meeting, but I don't have the date in front of me.
I thought it was the end of February that you said.
And was that amendment seconded?
Yes, second.
Okay, thank you. So discussion on the amendment of adding Mr. Ching's opinion letter of the 22-month rule regarding freezing the ballots by the clerks. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Yes, Chair.
Can we
We're
understand
going to be
why it
voting on
hasn't-
this.
Dylan. Yes, Dylan.
Sorry, can we understand why it hasn't been already done? We had clear commitments from you as the testifier shared, Chair. What's happening with this document?
I'm not sure where it was posted on the website or whatever. I haven't tracked that. Staff, is that on our website anywhere?
Yeah, so I sent out a notification to the commissioners that it was added to the February, I believe, let me pull that up. The February 4th minutes. So they were amended to include Dag Ching's letter. So that was published, I believe, Thursday of last week. So it does already appear there. You can view it on the EC page. The link has been updated. Again, the letter is amended, or the letter has been added to the amended February 4th minutes.
Okay. It's been moved to add to the April 1st minutes as well so that everybody can see it. Any other discussion on the amended motion to amend the minutes of April 1st? So the amendment is to include in the April 1st minutes, Director Ching's opinion, which wasn't, it was published last week or so, but added to the April 1st minutes. Is that adequate, or any other discussion on this amendment? Take a roll call vote on the amendment.
Commissioner
Please.
Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Rapana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
It passes.
So back to the original motion of approving the April 1st minutes as amended. Is there any other discussion on that one? Would I entertain a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Andrion,
You're muted.
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Abstain.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
On to item number 4. This discussion with Mr. Henricks is for information only. I don't believe it's action of the board. Is it required that we have public testimony, Mr. Ching?
Yes, I recommend that we take public testimony. It's an item on the agenda, so the public
Okay.
should be.
In that case, we'll open public testimony on item number 4, discussion with John Hendricks, County Clerk of Hawaii County.
Chair,
We're taking public, yes?
I have to drop off for a few minutes for a hearing, but I'll be back on as soon as I can.
Thank you. We still have a quorum. Thank you. Would entertain public comment on item 4, John Hendricks, County of Kauai, Hawaii.
Okay. Again, we are taking testimony on agenda item 4 regarding discussion on alleged Hawaii County ballot discrepancies and chain of custody procedures. The first testifier is Alohalani Hope, followed by Austin Martin.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Isn't this sad, Chair, that we have to ask the county clerk to justify his non-action, yes action? We have banners on our island that say 19,000 plus or minus ballots under question, missing, lost, stolen, destroyed. And are we going to get to see John Hendricks today? He's also in these federal indictments. Did you know that, Chair? He's just as guilty as Scott Nago on no chain of custody. I yield.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Mr. Martin.
Aloha, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I want to first say that I don't have any personal animus towards Mr. Henricks, despite what he did to me. As an election observer, there's something this commission needs to know about Mr. Henricks and about how the ballots are handled in Hawaii County. In 2022, I served as an election observer, and I was removed just prior to the primary after observing the test and asking some questions about some unauthorized or apparently unauthorized equipment that I uncovered, as well as some questionable practices which did not match what we were told as observers to expect, nor did it match what Hart InterCivic said about what we should expect from the election. And when we asked, the situation became increasingly hostile. When I said I wanted to escalate to file a complaint and make sure that my observations as an election observer were noted for the record, Mr. Henricks, with a Hart InterCivic employee, lied to the police and claimed that I was aggressive and making threats against the members of the staff and tried to have me arrested. And then Scott Nago assisted him in removing me from duty on that same day. Mr. Henricks would later, they gave me no answer for why I was actually removed from duty until much later in federal court, where they basically lied to the court and gave a similar story, not quite the same, but similar to what they told the police. You know, there were witnesses, though. All the election observers were still there, and they tried to force all the election observers out of the room so that they could lie to the cops without witnesses. Thankfully, the other election observers did not comply with Mr. Henrich's unlawful order. And when the cops arrived, the witnesses were able to confirm that the entire thing was a lie. This is part of the reason why I'm here in front of you today. The election observers are treated as tokens, and our observations are not welcome. There's no point in having eyes and ears of the people if you're going to, put a gag over our mouth, earmuffs over our ears, and a blindfold over our eyes. And that's exactly what they did in the 2022 election. And I believe the same pattern continued in the 2024 election. And here we are years later, and there has been no action on this. So I just urge this committee to take everything with a grain of salt. Look carefully at the claims. I don't expect you to believe me. I also don't expect you to believe him, either of us, with total credulity. Look at the facts, look at the record, and please make the best decision that you can to uphold the integrity of our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Inoka Shane Bingo.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for having John Henrichs on today. I have a few things to agree with the last speaker in that I was an official election observer during the 2022 and 2024 elections. And during those times, there was never any chain of custody observers. So no official observers on those procedures to pick up ballots and make sure that the ballots were accurately counted and whatever. And everything going on in the counting center seems on the up and up, but before they get there and after they get scanned, there are no observers. There's nothing to verify any of these numbers. And so going back to the big island, the discrepancy of 19,000 ballots, which may or may not have any envelopes, because as they're counted right now, there are no envelopes to match those ballots. Maui County does not have any records. So that leaves a wide open question mark about how many discrepancies are in Maui. There's probably a lot, but we will never know because nobody decided to do the chain of custody properly. And so I just wanted to I've heard people in the past talk about how they're observers and they worked at the elections and they think everything's fine. But the fact is that before those ballots come into the counting center, there's no observing anything. And so we have to just rely on election workers, which that's not the law. There has to be observers during any time the ballots are being touched. And we're supposed to rely on election workers and just take their word for it. That's not how this is supposed to work. We trust but verify. And if we can't verify, how do we trust? That's all I have to say. I'm really looking forward to hearing what Mr. Henrichs has to say in regards to his role in these 19,000 ballot discrepancies. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Inoka Shane Bingo, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Can you bring Brennan Cabral forward? I'm testifying on behalf of him.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, regarding agenda 4, this is his testimony. I would like to ask Mr. Henrichs if he can independently verify that the envelopes came in through the mail, because it's kind of interesting. In the last meeting, they're telling us that the post office did not provide receipts. And again, I'd like to ask Mr. Henrichs, did he ever contact the post office to get the missing receipts? This is something that we've been asking and wanting to know. And you would think in a normal world, somebody would reach out to the post office and say, hey, give me those receipts so I can get this monkey off my back. So it's kind of odd that nobody thought to contact him. And speaking of the county and the county clerks, we have a commissioner that stated that his fellow commissioner was lying to the commission and to the people in the audience again and again and again, and claimed that the record his fellow commissioner referenced showing a discrepancy between the county and state records were obtained from the USPS and not from the county. That statement is false. The records were obtained through a Uniform Information Practice Act, or UIPA, and the request was submitted to the Hawaii County Office of the County Clerk. And the county even acknowledged the request and provided responsive documents from its election division. So it's very clear that the County of Hawaii provided these records, and we have a commissioner who has some twisted lying lips. You know who you are. I rest.
Thank you, sir.
The next testifier is Inoka Shane Bingo. Were you testifying for Brendan Cabral, correct? We'll just move on.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Andrew Aker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I just have some questions for Mr. Henricks. I'm just going to read them. Will you commit on the record to an independent, observable third-party audit of all ballot intake records, including raw, unredacted daily logs and terminal printouts from the 2024 general election to finally resolve the discrepancy that we have? If the discrepancy is not due to missing envelopes, what is your official evidence-based explanation for the ballot discrepancy? Is it your testimony that the state certified summary report is correct and the independent BRM receipt totals are fundamentally flawed? If so, provide the specific data that proves that the BRM totals are incomplete. Are there any physical transfer logs, intake forms, or chain of custody signatures that track the movement of these missing ballot envelopes from the moment they left the USPS or drop boxes to the time they were fed into the tabulators? If these logs exist, why have they not been produced to the Election Commission? If your office cannot produce receipts for approximately 19,000 envelopes, how did you verify that the county did not overpay or underpay the USPS for postage? Please provide the financial reconciliation records that demonstrate how the county settled its postage obligations for the 2024 general election. Section 301 of the HAVA Act requires voting systems to provide a permanent audible paper record. How does the county reconcile the discrepancy between the counted ballots and the accounted for envelopes and the discrepancy without violating the auditability requirements of federal law? You have stated that the USPS does not always provide receipts. Can you produce all formal correspondence, emails, or memos between your office and the local postmaster regarding the lack of these receipts for the 2024 general election? If no such correspondence exists, why was no formal inquiry made when thousands of receipts were missing? Since you maintain that the statewide voter registration system, the SVRS, is the form of record, why have you consistently denied public access to the daily SVRS envelope processing logs? If these logs are the primary audit tool, why are they not proactively published for every election? And finally, if the county does not use the USPS business reply BRM receipts to reconcile ballot envelope counts, what specific independent third-party documentation is used to verify that the number of ballots counted matches the number of envelopes physically received? I'd like some answers to some of these questions. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson.
Unmute. How do you unmute a phone?
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. Aloha from
Aloha.
outside the Office of Elections. Great to be here. I'm looking forward to meeting everybody in person. Right now, we're asking about John Henricks, and he is in charge of counting and giving the numbers, right? We know not everybody's good at counting, but some people should be better at it than others. So my question is we've had an affirmative vote to count the discrepancy of ballots on the Big Island. I think we need a motion for a date and to identify a point of contact to get that to happen. Personally, I've had people contacting me on Big Island. And by the way, I did come here from Big Island this morning just so I could be here. Can we get somebody to open the doors so we can count? Because that's really what we need to do. And we shouldn't have to come all the way from Big Island to Oahu to count envelopes that are on Big Island. Or even if they are here, hey, let's do it here, right? So if we can have a motion to identify a date and a contact to get those ballots counted, that would be amazing. And I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik.
Hold on one second. Okay, there you go. Hi again, my name's Michelle Stefanik. I'm speaking today regarding the discussion with the Hawaii County Clerk on ballot discrepancy and chain of custody procedures. There have been previous statements made suggesting that Commissioner Cushnie's concern about ballot discrepancies are bogus or misinformation. That's simply not accurate. These numbers being referenced did not come from speculation. They came from official records obtained through open records requests. These are government provided documents, not self-created or pulled out of thin air documentation. For example, in the records request submitted to the Hawaii County Clerk, the response explicitly states that while some documentation was provided, the county does not have proper chain of custody documentation for ballot collection. That is a significant gap in the chain of custody. Additionally, the Dropbox collection records show detailed logs for ballot pickups and routes. These demonstrate that there are some tracking mechanisms for some of the process, but not all. However, the absence of completed documentation across all collection methods raise legitimate questions about whether or not ballots can fully be accounted for from end to end. This is exactly why an audit is necessary. Beyond the documents, I also want to speak from personal experience. I served as an official observer during the 2024 general election at the Kona polling location on the Big Island. During that time, ballot boxes were brought into the polling location. However, when those boxes were being processed, observers were not allowed to watch. I was told I was not allowed to see that. Instead, the boxes were brought in, taken into a separate room where only the driver and one election staff member was permitted to enter. The door was closed while the processing took place. That is not transparent. Chain of custody is not just about having forms. It's about having a process that can be observed, verified, and trusted. When observers are excluded from key handling steps, it diminishes confidence in the process, regardless of the intent. So when concerns are raised about discrepancies or missing documentation, they should not be dismissed. They should be investigated. This is not about assumptions. It's about verifications. And the only way to resolve these concerns definitively is through an independent audit that can reconcile the numbers and confirm the proper procedures were followed at every step. Transparency builds trust. Lack of transparency erodes it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stefanik.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick.
You're muted. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. In 2024 testimony that I presented to the commission, there was documentation of widespread missing observer certification and missing chain of custody documentation from the 2022 general election. The Office of Elections acknowledges that official observers are the eyes and ears of the public and are responsible for certifying, sealing, unsealing transfers, audits, and recount procedures. Yet the 2022 records showed that 18% of the voted ballot container sealing certifications were missing observer signatures. 34% of the unsealing certifications were missing signatures. 83% of the voter service center ballot container logs were missing signatures. And 46% of the observer certification logs were missing required certification. 60% of recount documentation was missing certification. 68% of equipment certification was missing certification. And critically, no documentation for Dropbox or postal collection chain of custody. These are not technical paperwork errors. These certifications exist to establish accountability. Who handled the ballots? When were they handled? Were they sealed accordingly? And were the transfers witnessed? And whether the public can independently verify that process is a question that remains. Without those records, the system increasingly relies on trust rather than verification. And the Elections Commission own later PIG reports identified additional ballot accountability and reconciliation problems in 2024, including the inability to independently reconcile election outcomes and deficiencies in chain of custody documentation. So the concern before the commission is not theoretical. The question is simple. If required observer certifications and custody records are missing, and if chain of custody documentation is incomplete, then what records actually exist to independently verify the validity and reliability of the election results as required by law? So the county clerk, can he state today and produce the records to support the complete chain of custody and observer certification records exist for ballot handling, transferring, sealing, unsealing, and reconciliation as required by the county, such that the election results can be independently verified per HRS 11155 and the commission's oversight responsibilities under HRS 11.8.5. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Please note that Mr. Osterkamp, I believe, is back.
Yes.
And Mr. Hendrick. Go ahead, Nicole.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gregory.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Aloha, how's everyone doing? Hi. How's everyone doing? I'm in my
Good,
room
thanks.
today. Nice to see you, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name's Tara Malia Gregory. I have a question regarding the county clerk of Hawaii County. Mine's a little bit different. I just had a question if this person will be seeing this or if they are on the call. March 19th, 2025, I was able to pull under UIPA, which is like the Sunshine Law, but it's in the form of documentation that any citizen can request from any agency of the state or the city. And I just want to read off an email that was from Mr. Chair Curtis to Scott Nago, the Chief Elections Officer. And I would like some insight from John Hendricks if he received anything similar. This says, Aloha, Scott. What we both need to do is to continue to support the state's OEs and county clerks' EOs staff. I mentioned earlier to Giselle to, quote, hang in there. She appreciated my sentiment. I've expressed similar sentiments to Miss Moana Luti on Maui and Lyndon Yoshioka on Kauai. Please share with your staff and contemporaries that the noise, and that's in quotes, we're hearing is mostly insubstantial, irrelevant, and in the minority. Aloha, Mike, and then it's Michael Curtis. My question is just regarding any conversations that are similar. I'd love to know if Mr. John Hendricks had received any verbal or written or email that was similar to what I just stated. So mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair, there are no further testifiers now.
Thank you. Is Mr. Hendricks on the Zoom? Mr. John Hendricks, County Clerk of Hawaii County.
Hello, good morning.
Aloha, good morning. Mr. Hendricks, do you have video? There you go. Well, Mr. Hendricks, I'd like to give you an opportunity to share with us your thoughts on this matter before we get into the grilling.
I have no opening remarks.
Okay. What is your perception of the 19,000 envelope discrepancy?
I think that's already been made abundantly clear. There was a permitted interaction group assigned by this commission to look into that, and there's a report. It's online. I believe the state also has provided information on that. So no need to reiterate that.
Okay. Do the commissioners have questions for Mr. Hendricks? Mr. Andrian?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make comment and to start this off, just thank the Hawaii County Clerk's Office for providing documentation. And also, while we're here recognizing Kauai County, those are the two counties that actually did conduct ballot box chain of custody, opposed to the other counties that weren't able to provide any of that information to us. And I will say, when I had a conversation with Scott Nago, his commitment, like he shared with the whole commission, is to have that standardized this upcoming election. But the truth is, it hasn't been standardized for the past few elections, and that's an issue. But Clerk Hendricks, I commend you and your office for at least doing that due diligence on your part.
Thank you.
Lindsay. Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Hendricks.
No, just said thank you. Appreciate it.
Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks, for appearing before us today. It's I'm hopeful that a direct exchange will lead to something good. I have a number of questions, but I'll start with that we learned at our last meeting on April 1st that the USPS intelligent barcodes automatically count and report return mail pieces. And we have been told that you are the only person as the account holder who can request receipts or anything from the USPS. So my question is similar to one of the testifiers, and that is, have you done so? And to follow up with that, we've been told that the county does not rely on those counts as part of its normal procedure, and I understand that. But when there is a discrepancy and those counts could be used to check against the totals, we'd like to see that. So back to my question, have you requested any receipts or reports from the USPS to try to reconcile why their numbers don't match yours?
No, because there is no discrepancy.
Okay. Can you explain?
Perhaps. The UIPA request was for documents that were readily retrievable that we had on hand. Those would be hard copies. There are other receipts out there or invoices or whatnot, whatever they're called, statements from the United States Postal Service that we didn't have on hand. And that was explained to Commissioner Cushney over a 52-minute phone call, again, reiterating what has already been put on the record. Thus, there is no discrepancy. The discrepancy only exists in what was provided through that request because we provided what was readily retrievable, meaning the hard copies that were provided. We have no concerns with our interactions with the United States Postal Service as far as being overcharged, undercharged, or that matter for meter rates when it comes to their processing of ballot packet envelopes that came through USPS.
Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So I'd like to echo Dylan's sentiments and thank you, Mr. Hendricks, for coming. The County of Hawaii and the County of Kauai had the best records of anybody in the state. So the discrepancy that we're highlighting, I'd like to set up what the discrepancy is and what the records requests were. And I have the letters that accompanied the records that were sent to me from the County of Hawaii. So I'd like to read two letters that were sent to set all of this up. And contrary to what one of our commissioners called me a liar in the last meeting, these are the records that the County of Hawaii sent as a records request reply. So I'd like to set this up, and thank you, Mr. Henricks, for coming. So I made records requests, and the County of Hawaii replied, and it says, so it's from Mr. Relly Arcelli. How do you say that, Mr. Henricks?
Close enough.
Say the name again?
Close enough.
Okay, so Mr. Arcelli said, on Monday, November 25th, the County of Hawaii Office of the County Clerk received the attached requests for a copy of all chain of custody documents used for ballot collections and handling for the 2024 general election, to include collections from drop boxes and the USPS. Attached to this email is the requested documentation as provided by our elections division. Now, I should note that I sent this same request to all the counties. So also attached to this email is our notice to requester, which details the fact that our office does not have documentation for ballot collections from the USPS. So on second record request reply, Mr. Arcelli said, on Wednesday, December 4th, the County of Hawaii Office of County Clerk received your requests for BRM, Business Return Mail, receipts from the Postal Service, accounting for the number of ballots returned to the County of Hawaii by mail. As noted in our previous notice to requester, sent to you on Wednesday, December 18th, 2024, we are responding today with your requested information. Attached to this email is the redacted files of the requested information, and the NTR explains that the redactions are being done in accordance with Hawaii Revised Statutes 92F 13.3, which states government records that by their nature must be confidential in order for the government to avoid frustration or legitimate government function. Now, I sent these documents to Raymond to post that he can pull these up if he would like to see them. So attached to that record was the BRM receipts that we have and we're talking about. So after the discrepancy, the number of ballots that the County of Hawaii, they have records for collecting 57,000 and change ballots. The records, the Office of Elections reported counting 76,000 ballots. We asked Mr. Henricks what the discrepancy was from, and the reply was that the post office didn't always provide receipts. So my question to Mr. Henricks is, can you affirmably state that those envelopes came through the mail and you did not get receipts for them?
Hard copy receipts upon transaction.
So do you have other receipts for them?
Not hard copy receipts upon transaction.
So can the post office or can anyone account for the ballots coming through the mail? The number, you have records for 29,000 ballots coming through the mail. There should have been records for 48,000 ballots coming through the mail.
What is your question?
So what I'm asking you is...
Well, let me just answer it this way. Again, we have no concerns about being overcharged by the post office for metering of ballots that were received from USPS.
So according to their records, you were undercharged. And what we're trying to find out is, were these ballots added?
Not by much.
What's that?
Not by much.
$13,000?
No.
So can you give
that would be significant.
Okay, so you gave me record.
It's a nominal figure.
You sent records for 29,000 ballots coming from the post office. Are you claiming that the rest of the ballots came through the post office and you did not receive receipts?
Not upon transaction, not upon actually taking custody of them at that moment, that day. That doesn't happen every time. It's not something that we're concerned with. It doesn't factor into ensuring that we're being properly charged by the post office, and even less so does it factor into any type of reconciliation that's required under the law, and both for just for our own sense of confidence, if you will.
You had another question?
Yes, sure. So we're not trying to find out about the billing. We're trying to find out how the envelopes were received. And you're talking about the billing records and not getting charged amount.
That is our concern when it comes to those BRM statements and how they factor into elections. That is, when I say our, I mean the Hawaii County Elections Division. I hear your concern, but that's not a shared concern.
So we specifically are asking the records that we have, the state records are electronic. There's 19,000. There's no way for the number of envelopes to increase after collections. We only have been shown records for 57,000 ballots being received by the County of Hawaii. How did that number increase by 19,000? Where did they come from?
I don't understand your question because I don't know what you mean by records. If you're referring again to the BRM statements, I just hate to keep repeating myself over and over. I understand, Mr. Osterkamp was the chair of a permitted interaction group that looked into this, that provided a very well articulated report. It's online. The state has addressed this as well. So again, I don't have anything new to share with you on that.
So have you ever reached out to the post office to find out where the missing invoices are?
There's no need to do so. They're not missing.
1,000 ballots?
They're in a portal. They're in a cloud somewhere. They're retrievable, not readily though.
So no curiosity that there might be a discrepancy. So we're trying to...
No, because it's not that difficult to keep track of how many we've received, subtracting what you get from the drop boxes or places of deposit from the total of minus that what people vote at the voter service center, and then looking at what we're charged by the post office, again subtracting for other items of mail, because the BRM statements are not exclusive to ballot packet envelopes. We are able to ascertain whether or not we are being properly charged for that service. And again, it's not for the purpose of reconciling ballot packet envelope counts. Whether or not there may be a ballot in that envelope or not is a whole nother question. But it's more just, of course, for budgeting purposes, just to assure that that's being handled appropriately. And we're good there.
Ms. Papalimou.
I mean, our records, if you will, and what we anticipate, what we should have been charged, almost 2 years ago now. No concerns whatsoever with the United States Postal Service when it comes to the metering of those ballots that were coming back from our voters.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimou. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
My neighbor is mowing his lawn, and so I'm trying to stay muted if I'm not online. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks, for being here. I appreciate that. In regards to the pig report that you participated in, did you meet with Mr. Osterkamp in person?
No.
Did you meet with him on the telephone?
We had 2 phone conversations that I recall, a shorter one and a longer one.
Okay, and so you submitted that all of the records that you had available were given to the commission, correct?
I don't think I can answer that question. Well, I don't quite know what you mean by that.
You don't remember saying that? or
No, I don't,
submitted?
I don't understand. Your question isn't quite clear to me when you say all the records given to the commission. I don't know what that means. I'm not quite clear on what you mean by
When
that.
the records were requested, through the records request,
By
there was
Commissioner Cushney?
yes, and there was a discrepancy between the receipts showing how much was there and how much was counted by the state. You said
It's
that
not a matter of it being counted by the state, just to be clear. As the ballot packet envelopes are processed for signature verification and they're deemed valid and acceptable, the statewide voter registration system is updated. So again, we're not reporting anything. We're not creating a report, if you will. Yeah. It's a real-time action.
and you said that all the receipts are somewhere in the cloud.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you go on the postal services, you could probably
And the postal
you have to
service,
have you have to be a client. You have to, of course, you can't just, they're not readily accessible to any person.
right? I keep
As a client.
hearing
Mhm.
that you provided what was readily available.
That was our understanding of Mr. Cushney's request, was
Okay,
those that
so
were readily retrievable. And that's generally true for most records requests. It's those records that are on hand. And again, because it's not a record we produce, it's a record that the Postal Service produces. It's not a record that, again, that we're responsible in the sense that we create it. And we're also not responsible for its contents, for its accuracy, for any things of those nature. We provided what was provided to us in hard copy on those occasions that it was. And I'll reiterate, we don't require, demand, or request one on every occasion because it just doesn't factor into our operations in that sense of reconciliation and things of those nature, or even
that's
again,
a really
ensuring
long
that
answer for my question. My question was, you provided what you said was readily available. Yet the USPS is telling us that the only person that can get all the records is you. And then you answered a question from Commissioner Camp that you have never made a request to the post office for all the receipts. Correct?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, made a request. I mean, personally, have I spoken to somebody at the Postal Service and said, hey, can you print up the entire BRM receipts for a period of this time to that time and then provide to me? No, I've never done that.
Yes. And so I get that you feel that there is no reason for any concern here. You keep reiterating that. The Elections Commission has oversight. And so there is concern at the Elections Commission. So I don't want to say that your lack of concern doesn't factor in, but please understand that our concern, needs to be addressed. And so I would like to request that you make a formal request to the United States Post Office to get all of the BRM receipts that they have, not just hard copy, not just readily available, but all, and have those submitted to the Elections Commission so that we can verify those missing 19,000 that might have come through the post office that your office did not have an account of in hard copy and readily available. Is that something you are willing to do?
Duly noted.
Is it something you're willing to do?
I'll think about it.
So let me interject here in that Mr. Hendricks, I believe, has access to online records from the post office regarding the billings. So
Correct.
the number of
He is the
envelopes
only one.
processed by the USPS,
Mr. Hendricks.
I believe Mr. Hendricks has access to in the cloud and could perhaps access the data from the US Post Office for his account.
Correct.
And that may be the easiest possibility.
Correct.
Mr.
And
Hendricks?
that is my request. because we were told by Scott Nagel that the only one who had access is Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks has stated he has not requested yet a full accounting from the USPS on those records. And so I just asked him, would he be willing to do that for us so that the Elections Commission as oversight could look at those numbers?
I believe the information you're looking for is available to Mr. Hendricks online from the USPS account. And I believe he could download a report that would substantiate his lack of concern regarding USPS billings.
Correct.
Is that accurate, Mr. Hendricks? Do you have access to that online?
Not me directly, but probably through our office.
Yeah. From the USPS, if you could ask for a report from the USPS for your envelopes processing from election time last year, if you could get something online in a report like that that would reconcile the 19,000 stuff that these guys are creating. Take a look at it if you could, please. That'd relieve us greatly. Lindsay, your hand was up. You had some follow-up. And you're muted.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't finished with my questioning.
We'll get back. We'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Lindsay.
Okay. So currently the law provides that observers be present in the state counting centers, but it makes no provision for observers in the county facilities. And it's been left up to the county clerks to decide whether they're going to allow observers at collection and transport and signature verification or not. And so my first question for you is, in the 2024 election, did you have observers at the county level? And if so, what procedures did they observe?
I don't recall. When you say county level, the voter service centers are the county's responsibility, and there were watchers. They're the legal term of art, according to HRS, are watchers, not observers. And I know there were watchers at Arcona Voter Service Center. I think every day it was open, and maybe some days and certain days in Hilo. I don't believe we had anybody request or come to view signature verification in 2024, but I believe we did in 2022. And then when it comes to the collection of voted ballot packet envelopes at places of deposit, they wouldn't call them observers. We have community people that we, but I don't know if it would qualify, because they come and they just observe that process, if you will, but they do receive a stipend for that. So that is something that we compensate people to do at that point in the process. I'm trying to think of anything else that's county related. We're under the definition when you consider somebody who isn't an election staffer is involved with, and I can't think of anything else.
Okay, so you're saying they're there at the drop boxes when the envelopes are picked up from the drop boxes. And you lost me on the rest. They're there when envelopes are transported to the counting center?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're there for signature verification?
No. We've had people request to observe, if you will, not in the legal sense of what observers are required, but just be present and review. And we've accommodated that.
Oh, okay. And do these, maybe this is an example of how things are different from county to county. But I know that on Kauai, they must be in the counting center, and they can be at signature verification and at the Dropbox pickup and so on. But anyway, so you're saying you accommodate them if they show up, but you're not
I wasn't talking about the counting
to
center.
manage
I didn't
that.
address the counting center at all.
No, I know. I
Right.
understand that.
Okay.
I believe your responsibility is before the counting center.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's the part that I'm asking about. And I don't think it's required by state law, but maybe your county has something that mandates that happen. But here's my follow-up question. Do these observers sign off on what they observe, or are they just kind of casually standing around?
Is there something between the two of those things?
I don't know. In the counting center
Is there
itself,
something between
a lot of-
signing off on it and just casually standing around? Probably something between that.
I'm answering your question. In the counting center itself, there's a lot of double signatures required
Right.
for everything. I'm asking, is that the way it is on the county side?
At what facility and what activity is going on?
When you're picking up from the drop boxes, when the signatures are being verified?
The signature verification
Supported.
is purely to observe the process and learn how it works more than anything else. People have curiosities about, the machinery we have on our protocols and processes. So there would never be any sense that they would be, I guess you could say, verifying our work. It's more of a opportunity to, again, just observe our processes and protocols, our equipment. And beyond that, what happens when a voted ballot packet is not accepted, the manual audit, that occurs after that, things of that nature, the entire process. But it's, that's not something that would be, I guess you could say, signed off on by somebody that wasn't a part of our staff.
Okay. So is that something you would consider going forward?
No. But I'm open to requests for people to, within reason, following guidelines we've established and boundaries, observing the signature verification process, but not to a point where it would require that person to approve our work for us to move forward. That doesn't seem wise at this point.
Well, not approve, but maybe affirm. I
But
mean,
that's what signing off is. It's allowing something to continue forward. Without that, like you said, if it were required that somebody sign off on it, the first part of that is they would have to understand everything that's going on to a degree where they'd be able to ascertain whether or not everything was done according to protocol. And it's not a supremely complex process, but it is not elementary as well. So that'd be my first concern about that, is the ability to understand some of the more intricacies, the intricate parts of that, especially when it's not a simple pass through, easy check, signature matches up, goes into its proper place to be secured then for transport. We're not ready for that at this point in time. I would have concerns about that. But we have invited people, not invited, I should say, we've accommodated requests for people to be present while it's occurring, ask questions about what we're doing and why we're doing it throughout the entirety of the process.
Thank you. Dylan, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Henricks, with the online portal, you said the invoice and the receipts are in. You said you don't have access to that? It's just someone in your office?
Well, I don't not on my PC. I didn't mean to be facetious. Sorry.
Okay. You're at least familiar with the name of that online portal?
It's just United States Postal Services. Essentially, it's part of their.
Yeah. So the name of that is Postal One. And where is this? I wanted to read to you what I researched and found on QBRM and the intelligence barcode that's on it. It says qualified business reply mail is business reply mail type that utilizes the enhanced processing capability of intelligent mail barcode accounting to reduce processing times and ensure QBRM mailers receive reply mail and invoices quickly. IMBA is an automated solution for the counting, rating, invoicing, and billing process. Using the B, on the mail piece, the mail processing equipment counts destinations approved and assigned to the mailer. Invoicing is sent daily and directly to Postal One. So I would appreciate if, whoever is in your office that has access to that, it sounds like that would be the quickest way for us to figure out if there is a discrepancy here or not, would be finding those in that postal service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dylan. Ralph, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Henricks, under
Wait, Dylan, unshare your screen. Thank you. Ralph.
Yeah, so under HRS 11-8.5, the Elections Review Program, the Elections Commission is tasked to establish policies for the administration of an election observer program to include ensuring the validity and reliability of election results. So this item of how many envelopes were collected and how many were counted falls right into that category. So what we were trying to establish is the number of envelopes that were collected compared to the number of envelopes that were counted. And so if you would commit to us to reach out to the post office and get the total number of receipts, and yes, we know it's not your official count, but Mr. Nago has not provided us any information out of the statewide voter registration system that we can use to validate the reliability of election results. So what we're looking for is receipts to be a way to validate how many envelopes were received. So I would like to ask you on the SVRS, is the county allowed to download daily reports of how many envelopes are signature verified?
I believe so.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of that?
Firsthand knowledge.
Are you aware of any daily reports coming out of the SVRS that you have looked at?
I don't request them.
So does who in the county would get those?
Our elections team.
Okay, so could you get those from your elections team also and provide those to us, the daily counts? Because we have a list of, there's a spreadsheet produced of how many envelopes you've collected. And we'd like to see that the daily list from the SVRS. So there's no way to compare the SVRS to how many envelopes you collected daily.
Sure, point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir. What rule am I not following?
There's a lot of talk about we request this and we want that. And Commissioner Cushney is speaking for himself. I don't.
That's not a point of order. That's a comment on the commentary. I'll overrule your point of order.
Okay.
Thank you. Ralph, you're still up.
So what guidance has Scott Nago provided you to comply with HAR 3-177453?
What guidance has CEO Nago provided to me to comply with?
The counties.
We haven't had any conversations about that I can recall. I don't.
So he has not issued the county any guidance on how has.
Well, I don't know what you mean by guidance.
Well, how do you comply with the administrative rule?
Follow the
read
law.
that to you. So HAR 3-177453, the accountability and security of ballots, says A, the chief elections officer or designated representative shall maintain a complete and current count of all mark-sets ballots. All ballots shall be safeguarded to prevent mishandling or misuse. B, the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all mark-sets ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their counting. The accounting of the mark-sense ballots by the clerk shall be recorded on forms prescribed by the chief elections officer. So what guidance?
As I stated at the beginning, before anything started, I'm not going, the state has answered these questions like fully, completely, and comprehensively. I stand by the state's responses.
Ms.
I'm
Papalimou,
asking, Chair, I'm not done yet.
he answered your question.
No,
We'll
he
move
did
to Ms.
not.
Papalimou. We'll
I'm
come back
asking
to you.
what the
We'll come
current-
back to you, Ralph. Ms. Papalimou.
Yes. I'll follow up on that. So that is the law. That is the rule. Is your office, the county office, in possession of those forms from the chief elections officer?
The state has provided its response to how we as counties and state conduct elections collaboratively and comply with Hawaii administrative rules. It's provided in a written document that is available on its website. I read it again the other day. Very comprehensive. I seek to add nor adjust anything to that.
So you're not going to answer the questions whether those
I
forms
just
are
answered your
available to you?
question.
Do you have those forms in your office that you use?
The state has provided a complete and comprehensive response that it is posted on its website. It isn't complicated. It's easy to read.
And I've read it, and it is not satisfactory.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
A lot of people feel that way. You have an elections
Understood.
commission that is feeling that way.
Thank you, Ms.
And your
Papalimou. He answered your
reluctance-
question. Lindsay, you're up.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, he answered your question.
I
It's
have more
Lindsay's turn.
questions. Everybody's getting 1 or 2 questions, 3 questions. I what?
He answered your question. We'll get back to you for your next question. Lindsay, you're up.
Okay.
You're allowing no follow-up.
Following up on the same last 2 speakers, Mr. Nago has told us that he is going to try to make your procedures more uniform for the next election. He acknowledged that up until now, each county has developed its own procedures, its own systems, its own forms for the county portion of collecting and receiving the ballots and doing the signature verification and transporting them to the counting center. And that he was going to work with all of you to have more uniform practices and standard forms. It sounds like that hasn't happened, and there's a primary coming right along. Sorry, just give me a second to collect my thoughts here. And back to what the former topic about the billing receipts from the post office. Again, we understand that it is not an issue for you. You have stated that clearly, but we are not satisfied. We aren't satisfied with the PIG report, and we passed a motion at our last meeting that says that your ballot accounting records are not in compliance. And so we're just asking you, as the client and the only person who has access to those records, if you would please cooperate with us just to provide some facts so that we can put this to rest. So that's our basic request of you.
Yes, I've heard it several times. Thank you.
Thank you. Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So under the Hawaii County Charter, the county clerk is responsible for conducting county elections. How does your office ensure the statutory requirements for ballot handling and certification are met? And what is your process for certifying county elections results under HRS 11-155?
I don't have an answer for that question.
What?
Do you rely solely on the state to give you the results, or do you do anything to check the results?
What would you recommend I do to check the results, Commissioner Cushney?
Say that again.
What would you recommend I do to check the results, Commissioner Cushney?
I can't understand what you're saying.
I don't know. You're saying I'm supposed to independently verify county results of county elections?
So the county charter says that you're responsible.
So when ballots are received, they're tabulated and counted. The results are what we use to determine who is elected for each office. It's really not much more complicated than that.
So you rely on the state results. You don't check anything.
I don't consider them state results. I consider them results.
So with the SVRS, the ballots are counted by a machine.
That's the statewide voter registration system. It doesn't count things.
So in the counting center, the ballots are counted, and there's a procedure for certifying the elections under 11-155. And that is that the certification of results of elections on receipt of certified tabulations from the elections officials concerned, the chief elections officer in a state election or the county clerk in a county election shall compile, certify, and release the election results by district precinct after the expiration of time for bringing in the election contests. The certification shall be based on a comparison and reconciliation of the following. 1, the results of the canvass of ballots conducted pursuant to Chapter 16, the audit of records and resultant overage and underage reports, the audit results from manual audit team, the results of ending mandatory recount, all logs, tally sheets, and other documents generated during the election. So all logs and tally sheets. The County of Hawaii has a Dropbox collection records, correct? You counted how many ballots you received at Dropboxes?
Count how many voted ballot packet envelopes.
Yes. So what is the purpose of that procedure? What is your understanding of the purpose of that?
Purpose of what?
Of keeping records of how many envelopes are collected from the drop boxes.
More for security, but actually we're moving to a new system whereby we're going to be using secure bags that we're going to seal at the point of collection, so that we don't have to count them anymore because there wasn't really much value in that. So that's a change we're making. And an earlier commissioner had talked about uniform procedures amongst counties. And that is a conversation that we look forward to having with the state, where we can make some refinements and improvements on those things, if you want to say that, for more consistency where that's possible.
So the public thinks there's a lot of value in counting the envelopes at the drop boxes. And why do you say there's no value in counting the envelopes when you collect them at a drop box?
Well, it's almost like when you go to the Postal Service and they give you these trays, right? It can be like thousands of ballots. I mean, the number is the number. As long as we secure them, right? Make sure they're secure. We transport them securely. We bring them down, signature verification. The number is the number. It is what it is. It's what we received. So not unlike from a Dropbox.
So if you don't have a number, how do you know the number is a number? So there's a question on the Office of Elections website.
So we've been collecting ballots for United States Postal Service, even long before this was a vote by mail state. There was never any counting at the point of collection and counting again at the point of destination, if you will, where they were going to be processed. So that would be really a new thing and never really a problem before that you described as the public seeing something as necessary.
The delivery and collection teams, when they picked up from the precincts, never counted them. We took a box that was sealed and delivered it to the clerk's office. It was never counted at the precinct, and it wasn't counted when it got there until after it was counted in the signature verification.
What we are going to do, sorry,
Go ahead.
Mr. Curtis, go ahead. Chair Curtis.
No, after you, sir.
What we're going to do is when we do collections from each drop box, we're going to process those collections independently so that we have an idea of how the drop box is being used for our own metrics, daily usage. We'll create a report on that. But that's again more for our internal use, just to see, how much people are using a certain drop box. And even if it's not utilized that heavily, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll discontinue its use. So we really like to have a stable program where we offer, but we provide, I should say, a location for people to drop off, to safely, securely drop off their voted ballot packet envelope. Even if it's a location that doesn't get a high amount of usage, the likelihood that we would change it to somewhere else is pretty small because, again, it's very important to us to create stable operations. But just wanted to verify that we will be processing those collections independently so that we have a sense internally of the rate of usage on a daily basis.
Thank you. Barbara.
I would like to thank Mr. Hendricks for joining us today and apologize for taking up so much of his time in this fairly circular conversation. And I want to also second Mr. Osterkamp, Commissioner Osterkamp's observation that neither Cushney, Papalimu, Andrian speak for the entire commission. I myself am perfectly satisfied with the PIG report that was submitted or completed last year. It's also been pointed out to this group that the difference between accountable mail and business reply mail in terms of how the post office handles such mail. If it were the case that the elections office or the county clerk wanted to use postal service special services to account for every ballot, how much would that cost? In other words, certified mail, it's been sort of the position of some of these commissioners that the post office is under some obligation to account for every single envelope. Yeah. And then that accounting should be made available to the business reply account holder, which in turn should be made available to members of the commission.
Point of order.
Yes, what rule am I not following?
Please do not speak for other commissioners. And
Thank
just
you.
for yourself.
That's not a point of order comment. Barbara, continue, please.
So if it were the case that the county clerk decided, okay, in view of concerns on the part of commissioners and members of the public, or some members of the public, we want to institute a system of relying upon the Postal Service to account for every single envelope. Because by definition, that is not what business reply mail does, despite what one may read in the domestic mail manual or whatever the postal one definitions are. So in order to use postal services to account for every single ballot, what would that cost?
I took that as a rhetorical question. I have no idea, but it sounds like a lot. I think that's my concern too about retrieving postal receipts, if you will, and using those to assuage concerns of the commission, which I don't downplay. I don't think I've said anything today that was in any way, shape, or form trying to, diminish your concerns. They're yours to have. I don't. That's not my kuleana. I just would hate to see a point where postal receipts are going to be something that they're not and used for something that they're not supposed to be used for. Therefore, my hesitancy to participate in that kind of interaction. That's a concern of mine. And then additionally, at some point, if you just don't, if there's just a lack of trust when it comes to duly sworn in election officials and career election staff that have been doing this. The person in our office is the least amount of seniority has 7 years of work experience, and beyond that, you get closer to 30 years. And the work that they do, if I were able to provide postal receipts for the 2026 general or primary elections, they matched up perfectly, you could still say, hey, but how do we know the remainder, those got from the drop boxes? You're just telling us it's this number. It went through Agilis and it's in the S3RS, but I'm hearing that there's not a lot of confidence in that either. So I just don't know what else to tell you on that account that we would ever be able to provide. It sounds to me like the level of documented evidence that we're doing our jobs correctly and appropriately. And part of the reason why I accepted the invitation of the commission was to field some of these questions to some degree, but obviously not interested in fielding others. I'll be quite candid about that. They've been asked and they've been answered, and the responses don't change. But I wanted to be here to support the work that our staff does. And I don't mean to imply necessarily directly that these conversations and allegations and questions are intentionally meant to harm their reputations or question the value of their work, but it indirectly has that effect to some degree. And they're okay. They're not, they don't need counseling. They're fine. They're not looking for gratitude. They're not looking for thank yous. But I'm here to support the work that they do. I'm so proud of their attention to detail, how meticulous they are, how about they care about each and every ballot, like it's the ballot that's going to make a difference in an election, because we don't know. That's why I accepted the invitation. Also because the word invite was used in the motion. I found that interesting, to invite me to participate. But that's part of the reason why I came here today, was just to say that for the record, that I'm not asking anybody to trust what they don't want to trust, and I'm not going to determine for others what their level of requirements are when it comes to feeling confident in the 2024 election or election before, any election thereafter that. But I wanted to put on the record that my lack of either participation when I get questions from the commission, or if I decided not to come today, it's in no way, shape, or form avoiding the issue. And it's not, and clearly not because I have any concerns about the human beings, the staff that provide services right now as we're speaking to ensure a fair, free, secure, safe, accurate election. I love working with them. I love this time of year when things ramp up. I get to spend more time with them, interacting with them. It's really a very fulfilling part of my job. And as we roll into this, we start to engage with observers at the counting center and people and we hire temporary staff and we engage with them. Couldn't be more proud of the work they do and the way they do it and the way they approach it. This is truly career work for them. It's not transitory work. So just thank you for allowing me a little bit of time. I know that's not part of what's on the agenda today. So thank you for the latitude just to share that with the group.
I appreciate your integrity and the integrity of the staff of the elections offices. Ms. Papalimo, you had questions?
Yes. I want to revert back to what you were speaking on for signature verifications, that there are no election observers there. Are you willing to allow election observers in the signature verification?
First of all, is your election signature verification, is that automated or individually personalized?
We have equipment and software that we utilize.
So it's machine scanned. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Papalimo. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I heard her question and I can answer it. I think it was complete. I'm concerned about the word observer again, because that is a legal term of art, right? Observer a lot of time means that you cannot proceed with a process until an observer has signed off on something. And that we're not there when it comes to signature verification. But as I said before, we have accommodated requests for people to come and view the process, if you will, ask questions, have things explained to them. Again, not just processing the voted ballot packets through, you know, the machinery and seeing how that works, but also what happens if one is rejected for any reason throughout that process. We have received those requests. We've developed, you know, forms to sign off on as far as what's allowable, you know, as far as somebody coming to participating in that, and it has happened before. And we would certainly review any requests. We consider it with an open mind.
Thank you. Lindsay.
Mr. Henricks, I commend you for upholding your staff. And I want you to understand that we do not mean to harm anybody's reputation, yours or anybody's. It's the system that we are concerned about. And so I want to ask you not to take any of this personally. We just want to check the numbers. And it doesn't seem like a big ask to ask you to just provide some data, some facts.
I understand, but I explain my hesitancy as to why to do so. I really would be concerned about postal receipts, again, which we don't have any control over, that we don't create, being used for a purpose that I don't believe is their intended purpose. And I can't say that any clearer for that point. And by the way, in talking about that, I believe I was clear in saying that I'm not implying that anybody on the commission is intentionally trying to cause harm to the reputation of the people in this business.
Right. I heard you.
I was clear on that as well.
I was just affirming that that's true. So before you sort of said like, well, you'll think about it and maybe, but now you're saying, no, you won't do that.
I have concerns. I really would need to think about the ramifications of that, talk to my colleagues, seek legal guidance too before I do anything or make any commitments that I either wouldn't be able to fulfill or I'd have to, you know, pull back on. I don't think that would be wise. And then I think you would have some point to question my integrity if I made commitments that I didn't fulfill. So that wouldn't be wise on my part to make commitments to anything today in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I will consider it.
Thank you. Ralph, you're up.
Yes. So I wanted to go through these administrative rules again. HAR 3-17761 says is the security of ballots. And that basically says, for your thing, that all the ballots, when they're transferred, need to be locked in a securable container with tamper-proof seals. Okay, so that's addressed in HAR 3-17761.
So that's specific to ballots.
Well, ballot envelopes.
That would be your interpretation of that.
Election materials, all of the above. So what we're trying to address here is HAR 3-1775453, where it says B, the clerk shall maintain a complete and current count of all marked sense ballots issued, spoiled, and received in their county. So a ballot is assumed to be in the envelope that you're picking up from the drop box and from the post office. And it says when you receive it, that you have a count. So this is what we're trying to drill into as far as the elections review program. If we don't have any documentation of how many envelopes you receive, how do we validate the number? And in the Office of Elections website, it says, how do we ensure elections officials don't throw away our ballots? Now, if you don't report the number when you collect them, we will never know the answer to that question. So there's a lag of time between collecting ballots at the drop box, and there's a lag of time before you signature verify them. So we want to make sure that however many ballots that you pick up is how many ballots are signature verified. Then we know ballots are removed and then are sent to the counting center. The counting center, number of envelopes that they open and count can only be less than the number of ballots, envelopes that you collect. So that's what we're drilling into. And to say the count is not, you don't find that useful. Well, the statute, the administrative rules says that you're supposed to have a complete and current count. So this is what we're trying to get to. Does the county?
I know, and I've heard you say it several times.
Okay. So
in
they're
pretty much the same way, identically every time. So yeah, I hear you.
So will the county do anything to follow the administrative rule?
We already are. I'm sorry that, well, I'm not sorry. It's regrettable that you don't think we are. So be it.
Can you give us documentation that shows that you are?
Probably not to your satisfaction.
No, any documentation. Let us be the judge of that. But if you can give us documentation.
I've answered this several times as far as the state providing a very cogent, clear, comprehensive response that is on the website to read about how the state and the counties together.
So the state says that all the information is in the SVRS, which is electronic.
Thank you, Ralph. You
Which
answered
is
the
not
question.
shared to the people.
Ms. Papalima, you're
How
up.
do we verify the
Ms.
election?
Papalima, you're up.
Okay, I want to get back to something that I just heard earlier. And this is my question. You were saying that the discrepancy in the accounting was nominal. My fiduciary responsibility as I sit as a commissioner, $13,000 to me is a lot. What was the nominal figure that Hawaii County had that was of no concern to you?
Not $13,000. And nominal by definition means like beyond minimal, like not worthy of even
The question is,
recognizing a
what
specific
was
figure.
the nominal amount?
I don't know. I don't have it offhand, but we were not overcharged for United States Postal Service metering when it comes to ballot packet envelopes.
How do you know that if you don't have the entire receipts from the post office? You said you only, the receipts that you gave us.
It's getting rather repetitive, but through simple math, it doesn't take a lot of calculus to subtract the amount of ballots we collect from drop boxes from the total. And then when we look at the other charges that are applied through metering for other mail that goes out, cure envelopes, cure notification that people can cure if their signatures didn't match. We're also sending out other types of mailers at this point in time. It might account for white cards, blue cards, different types of voter registration maintenance things. When we look at all of that, it's not too hard to tell, are we in alignment with the Postal Service when it comes to it? And it's not exactly in alignment, but it is nominal. And that's the best word I can use to describe it.
Well, if you would share that amount.
I don't know where the $13,000 comes from. I do not consider that nominal for the record.
I'll explain the 13,000.
Under any circumstance.
So the 13,000, the post office charges you 70 cents an envelope. You don't have receipts for 19,000 envelopes. So 19,000 times 70.
You're making statements for him that
it's fine. It's okay.
You did not provide receipts for 19,000
We did not.
envelopes.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So receipts were not provided for 19,000 envelopes. So that is $13,000 worth of invoicing. So if we could see those receipts, that would really help us out.
Understood.
Ms. Papalimo, did you have another issue?
Yes, I did have another question. According to the rules, there are 3 people that can request an audit. And one is Scott Nago, the CEO. The other person is the county clerk. And then it was any others that were deemed necessary or deemed eligible. We tried to get the commission deemed eligible so that we could audit. but that has not happened. So, Mr. Hendricks, because you are one of those that can audit those envelopes and open it up for an audit, are you willing to do that?
I don't even know what an audit would mean under those circumstances. And
What that would mean
it
is
would-
to take
excuse me.
all of the envelopes that you currently hold.
We don't hold any envelopes.
They're held by the
County does-
state.
County does not have any
I
envelopes.
understand that. They are being held by the state. However, you, under the law, can be one of those to request all of those so that they can be hand counted by the commission or by third-party people. So
Is that what an audit is?
it allows us to go in and verify the count of the envelopes and ballots. Yes. And
Yeah,
that is in the
I have
law.
no interest in doing that.
So
To
you would
quickly
not
answer your
be,
question.
you would not be willing to do that.
To clarify, I think the commission has been discussing an audit of the number of envelopes received and the number of envelopes billed by the USPS. So the audit would be between the USPS statistics and the statistics of envelopes received by the county.
No, that is not correct. That was not what we requested. We are trying to verify the number of ballots that were received by the county to the number of ballots that the state stated were received.
I think the county and the state are consistent there.
No.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Because the records that we requested from the county clerk did not match those numbers. That's where the 19,000 discrepancy is. And when we requested, did we get all of the receipts? We were told in an email from Mr. Hendricks that he provided all the receipts that he had. Now, today,
I sent no such email to anyone.
today he specified.
Yes, you did.
Did not.
Today he
Wait. Ms. Papalima, what's your question? Your question
Today-
was asking Mr. Hendricks if he'd be willing to initiate an audit.
Correct. So that we can verify the number of ballot envelopes match the count that the state had.
He said no.
I wanted to hear him say that.
Mr. Hendricks?
I don't see any value in that, particularly when we're in the midst of conducting an election.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't see any value in that, particularly we're in the midst of conducting an election. I'm sorry if that comes across meaning that I don't want to do something that would possibly, potentially, maybe provide greater satisfaction and confidence from the commission, but that's what it is.
At this point, I would ask Scott Nago. Scott, do you have anything to offer our discussion? Maybe I'm sure I surprised him.
No, I do not. I mean, we've answered these questions numerous times in writing. Those reports are on our website. I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. Ralph, did you have Mr. Hendricks? I figure another 7 minutes before we go to a quick recess and relieve you. But Ralph, did you have anything to finish up? Any other issues, additional issues other than what we've already discussed?
Yes, so did the County of Hawaii provide transfer records when you transferred envelopes from the county to the state?
Transfer records when we transferred.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not certain. Well, I'm not sure under those terms. I'd be hesitant to answer that. I might be incorrect based upon your concept of what that looks like and what a transfer record is and at what point. So
when the county moves envelopes from the possession of the county to the state at the state counting center, there should be an accounting of how many envelopes were moved what time, when, observers signing, it's a transfer log, transfer of records, whatever you want to call it. Are you aware of a procedure that the County of Hawaii follows to move the envelopes from the county building or the county area to the state counting center?
I'm aware of like what we physically do, but I'm not aware of a form you may be pertaining that you're describing.
Scott, is that part of your process?
Correct. And that was already provided in a previous packet.
Then quick answer real quickly, verbally, please.
That is part of our process, and that was provided to the commission previously.
Thank you.
So the records that were provided comply with 317761. What we're looking for is records complying with 3177453. A complete and current count.
Like I said, that is part of the system that we use, which is called the statewide voter registration system, which the counties and states have access to.
You have shared your defined process that
and
you
we've
share
shared
with the
those
counties
numbers also
with everybody.
Yeah, we will provide the cumulative numbers after the election of all the numbers that were exported from the statewide voter registration system.
And you've shared with us your defined process that you share with the counties for a standardized process for processing.
No, we are currently in the process of standardizing it. As we said, it was not standardized, which is what we were going to do, what we are going to do for this election. And we are currently in the process of doing that.
And you'll share that with us?
Yes, once we finalize it.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimu, last question for Mr. Hendricks.
So I just want to clarify, Mr. Hendricks, that will you be requesting all of the receipts from the United States Postal Service to share with the Elections Commission?
Probably not. Again, and I stated why. I just don't want them to be used as a source of reconciliation. I don't think that's wise. I don't want that to become a practice that is relied upon. I am going to go back to what CEO Nago said. You know, our reconciliation, he's described it verbally.
So if you don't want those to help us in understanding this 19,000 discrepancy we have, and then you don't want to do an audit in order to alleviate our questions regarding that, what do you suggest you can provide?
I don't think I can, and that's fine. I knew that coming in today to talk with you folks that likely a lot of this would not provide any satisfaction to the commission, and that's regrettable, but that's where we are.
Mr. Sabas, a final comment, please. Mr. Sabas, you have your hand up and you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Sabas.
Aloha, Mr. Hendricks.
Hello.
We don't know each other. I never even heard of you until I joined this commission.
Yeah.
Back in October. And you don't know me either. But in observing your responses, and you just being here to begin with, I give you a lot of credit. And observing your responses, I view you as a man of integrity, a professional, someone who knows what he's doing. And you use the word trust. And I've been here since October on this commission. And from day one, this whole issue of 19,000 missing, ballots, envelopes, votes has been a major topic of discussion for this commission. And I think certain commissioners thought that bringing you on board to talk about this issue would confirm what they have been raising as an issue all these months and even before I even became a commissioner. But again, listening to you, I am coming to the conclusion that we're okay, that what you're doing is fine, that we need some work in other areas, and I'm hoping that our state elections office will work with you as well as the other county clerks in improving the processes that we have. But again, going back to that level of trust that seems to be plaguing our conversations month after month, I want to toss that aside and give you and your staff the leeway to continue to do the good work that you seem to be doing. So I compliment you, and I thank you again for coming, and keep up the good work.
Thank you,
Hello.
Mr. Sabas. Mr. Henricks, do you have additional time to share with us?
For fresh questions.
Okay, so another 10 minutes perhaps?
Sure.
Thank you. Do we have other questions that haven't been addressed?
Yes, Chair.
Lindsay.
I just wanted to assure you that if you were to approve an audit of the ballot envelopes, it doesn't mean that you or your staff would have to do it. We have volunteers from the Democrat and Republican parties and election observers who would volunteer to take that on. So I just wanted to clarify that point. It doesn't mean that during the busy election season that it's something you would have to add to what you're already doing.
I just have two thoughts on that. I highly doubt I have the authority to authorize what is being described as an audit, where what I think I'm hearing is like opened empty envelopes would be counted. I don't think I have the authority to that, nor do I want the authority to do that. And secondly, I wasn't concerned about doing it myself. But if that was something that would be undertaken, it certainly would cause the state Office of Elections, they would have to be involved. That's part of it. And they're pretty busy too right now. Third part is, I mean, there's a reason why these election materials are secured. And to open them up makes them vulnerable. So not comfortable with any of that. My part in it, my not part of it, anybody's part in it. So yeah.
Right.
That's
The
where I
reason
am on
they're
that.
secured is so they can be audited. That is the reason for securing them. So,
Ralph.
Yeah, so what is your recommendation? How do we verify what's being told to us? And under the election review program, establish policies for the administration of an election observer program.
I think what I'd like to say is that this information isn't being told to you. I think that would be an issue if it was just being told to you, verbally relayed. But the numbers, the figures, the reports, if you will, daily, cumulative, whatever, what have you not, they are the product of operations. They're not being told to you. And I don't think that's a matter of semantics. That's important to know.
Ms. Papalimu.
Yes.
You have your hand up?
Oh, no. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hendricks, do you have any closing remarks?
I do. I would just like to take this opportunity for anybody who's watching, although probably unnecessary because those who are watching are most likely active voters. But if not, anybody who is, it's a good time to make sure your registration is up to date, to make sure that you get your ballot properly mailed to you, and to remind your friends, families, neighbors, those who are eligible to vote, that their registration is up to date, or if they're not registered, to encourage them to register to vote. And just another, quick announcement that candidate filing, we have less than a month left for that. So that's another important deadline that's looming. So, yeah.
Amen. The Office of Election mailed out notices to all the registered voters to their registered voter address. If you didn't receive one, you might not be registered accurately. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Appreciate your visit with us.
Thank you for the invitation.
You're welcome. Aloha.
Aloha.
Would entertain a motion for a 15-minute recess.
Chair,
So
long
moved.
as we stay on this topic.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, 15-minute recess. Could you put a timer on the clock, please? Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Welcome back. Nicole, can we have a roll call for establishing a quorum again, please?
Yes. Commissioner Andrian,
Here.
Commissioner Apana excused. Commissioner Kushney,
Mr. Kushney, you're muted.
Here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dalton,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Here.
Commissioner Sabas. Excused. Chair Curtis.
Here.
All right, we have quorum still.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara, you're here, and Sabas. Please check back
I'm
in.
here, but I'm eating and you don't want to see that.
Okay, thanks. So we're on to item 5, discussion
Chair.
of selecting a new elections commission chair.
Chair, point of order. We're not done.
We are?
No, we're not, Chair.
I counted your comment as a negative to the,
No, we
Taking a
haven't
break.
made any motions on that item.
and
We
we're
are
not
not-
going to. It was information only. Now we're on item
It's
5.
an item on the agenda, Chair. We can make motions.
That's correct, and we're done with that.
No,
What
we're
motion
not,
would
Chair.
you like to make with Mr. Hendricks?
I have a bunch of motions. So I move that we refer the 19,000 ballot count discrepancy and all the.
There's no ballot count discrepancy. It's a envelope discrepancy.
Let the commission.
You're the one that floated that fallacy previously, which, we're going to item 5 now.
No, Chair.
No, we're going to
Chair,
item 5, and we're taking public testimony on item
your
5.
ruling, Chair. It's not
Discussion
right
of
to just
electing a
move
new
on.
election commission
Chair,
chair.
we're still on the same item.
Not me. We're on item 5.
I move
I
to
appeal the ruling of the
Public
chair.
testimony. I'm sorry, Dylan?
I said I move to appeal your ruling, Chair.
I second.
So
We
it's a
should have
point of order?
opportunity to discuss as a commission and make motions on this. There's no issue.
Anyone who wants, okay, there's been a motion to revert back to item 4 to entertain some motions. I would entertain a roll call on that motion.
Commissioner
Would you-
Andrian,
would-
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused. Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas.
No.
Stukes. Okay, there you are. Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
So we'll open public comment on item 5, discussion on electing the new elections commission chair. Public testimony? Thanks,
Yes.
Nicole.
The first testifier is Love Kovar, followed by Blanca Larson.
Can you see? Oh, you gotta turn the camera.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My question would be, what would give any one person the right to tell the people to just trust? Why would we have an elections commission if no one answers to them and there is no oversight? Why shouldn't we be questioning who is counting the ballots? Are they being counted? Why are you afraid to open up to transparency? Why shouldn't we be concerned about how our elections are being handled, and can there be improvement in that realm? It is your hesitancy to cooperate that makes the people question. Please understand that. We the people are speaking out. We the people have concerns. We the people see your lack of concern for some of you. That if you find that you have no more, this is just my statement, if you find that you have no more concern, no more care, no more respect for the people, reverence for this constitutional republic that equals rule by the people, no desire to give honest answers to questions asked by the people, no desire to humbly serve the people, then we, the people, suggest that it may be time to step aside and let someone who cares for the people, the state, who will serve with humility, honor, integrity, not obfuscate, but understands that there must be oversight, must be oversight. They will offer transparency, honest leadership that is not afraid to roll up their sleeves and do the work that you are not willing to do at this moment for some of you, and answer the questions that you are not willing to answer. And for the rest of you, I encourage you to keep asking those questions. The people have spoken. I thank you and I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Blanca Larson, followed by Susan Strom.
Mr. Larson?
Aloha, Chair. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Aloha, Chair, and distinguished members of this commission. I just gonna make it short because you don't need to hear a lot of, stories. But I agree with the previous testifier because we need someone who cares about election integrity, to care about Hawaii, to care about we the people. I don't want to take any extra time because I have other platforms where I can express myself. But mahalo for letting us speak up. And
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Raghu.
Aloha.
Aloha.
On this point of bringing in a new elections commission chair, I would like to raise some points that have just taken place that I would hope that in bringing somebody in, that they seriously consider just the stalling out of what has been going on all this time. And I have to say, you accuse us, the gaslighting, oh my goodness, you accuse us of repeating the questions over and over, but the repeat is solely because we don't receive the satisfaction when we're demanding transparency. So the repeat is actually on you. It's not on us. We want complete and transparent elections. You know, why are we even using USPS if it's not a foolproof, accurate counting and reporting mechanism? Why are we employing county clerks who take a cavalier attitude to the questions asked and don't even see the value of independent auditing, counting, and resist the notion altogether? Why in repeat are we even utilizing mail-in ballots for this very purpose when, gosh, it's just, these anomalies, obviously are showing that we're not getting accuracy, and maybe that's why we're pushing the mail-in ballots. That's something that needs to be discussed. If the USPS is utilized for delivering mail-in ballots, but is not required to be responsible for receipt or tabulation of these ballots, why are we using them at all? We know there have been mailroom mishandling of ballots by other states, and they've been evidenced by video and documentation. I agree with Ralph. We're seriously considering a new election commissioner. If you don't get verification when you collect the ballots, how are we ever going to have transparent accuracy? We can't solve the discrepancy based on assumption. And to tell us to go on faith is, look at the state we're in. Look at the state that this archipelago is in. That's on faith, and we're supposed to go on faith? No, we want accountability. We want transparency. This is a perfect example why we need to eliminate the mass mail-in ballots that were, in our election system. Our vote is our sacred right. It means everything to us. And we want complete transparency from start to finish, and we will not settle for anything less. So I hope in this new consideration for an elections commission chair and some of the other bodies involved that always consistently vote against the will of the people. I hope this will not only be taken in serious consideration, but action. We want action, not talk, and no more of this gaslighting and just putting things around in a circular motion and then pinning it on us. Very interesting how that process repeats itself. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Raghu Gouffre, followed by Judith Mills Wong.
You're still muted, Raghu. You're muted and not on camera. Raghu, you're going once. Raghu going twice. Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Judith Mills Wong, followed by Austin Martin.
Aloha. This is Judith Mills Wong testifying for the League of Women Voters of Hawaii on agenda item number 5. We have submitted written testimony, and here I want to summarize and reinforce that testimony. I would like to first congratulate the Commission on receiving a full slate of qualified candidates for the position of chair. Our interest in offering testimony is that we want to see a well-functioning commission, and we recognize how important the chair position is in that process. As I have said in our written testimony, we hope that you as a commission will adopt and share with the public a description of the role and responsibilities of the chair, and will also adopt and share with the public the selection criteria that will be used in the evaluation of candidates and the method that will be used to select the chair. We hope that the process will be standardized and balanced. And after the selection, in the name of transparency, after the selection of the board chair, we hope that you will issue a joint statement explaining how the selected chair was, how the person was selected for chair, and how that person meets the selection criteria, and how your decision serves the mission of this board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the commissioners for the time and effort they put into being on this board. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Austin Martin, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
Mr. Martin, welcome back.
Aloha. My name is Austin Martin. I serve as chair of the Libertarian Party of Hawaii, and I also sit as a member on the LNC, the Libertarian National Committee, for Region 1, which represents 15 of the 50 states. 51 since I guess we have a DC affiliate too. I'm here to really testify on a single statutory point that I think is really important, because there's something very high stakes happening that a lot of people do not realize, because the lawyers on this board and around this board are basically just engaging in some straight up trickery. And I'd like to explain how on the chair election. The statute is plain. Section A5, we're talking about HRS 11.7, right? When subsection A5, the chair shall be selected by the members of the Elections Commission, selected pursuant to paragraphs 1 to 4. Okay, so the chair cannot vote on the next chair. That would violate the law, and the attorney generals and the chair are trying to do exactly that, violate the exact plain language of statute. They think you don't know. We see you. But let me continue, because it's worse than that. This pressure campaign to hustle the committee and wrongfully defraud the people of Hawaii doesn't stop there. The 8 legislative appointed members are designed to disagree, being appointed by different parties. This is a deliberative body. And so that high threshold of 6 members of the 8 represents 2/3, meaning they need to find someone impartial enough that a large majority of people who disagree can agree on a chair. And if they don't, there is no selection process to the Supreme Court. That is in my opinion, a bold-faced lie and a misrepresentation of the law by Mr. Ching. I'm surprised that you are aiding and abetting misconduct this way. It appears to me that it looks like a felony. I don't know why you're doing this in full view of the public, but I thank you for making it easy to document. I respectfully urge the commission to structure its agenda before this meeting to include a section about this, to let the commissioners know, because this is illegal. This is not within the ability of your commission, of your chair, sir, and of your role, Mr. Ching. You should not have a private attorney-client relationship with any one member of this committee. You should not be pre-coordinating your responses, as we saw from the UIPA request that told us what to expect, and you guys performed the exact coordinated response that you were clearly colluding on before. that rises at least to civil conspiracy as a matter of law, in my layman's opinion. Now, look, I think it's time we get some answers. This committee does not need to elect a chair today, or it does not need to act under pressure. You can say no to this. You have the ability to tell these bullies no, get your own legal advice, go find a lawyer. If you don't have one, I'm sure between all of you, you can find one, but do not accept what they are telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Shelby Billionaire.
Aloha, my name's Michelle Stefanik. In regards to the selection of the next chair of Elections Commission, this is a critical decision. The chair is not just a facilitator of the meeting. The chair sets the tone for the accountability, ensures the processes are followed, and plays a central role in maintaining and restoring public trust. At this point, it's important that the chair demonstrates a willingness to take action, improve transparency, restore order, and provide a balanced view. Right now, these meetings are chaotic. They are slow moving, discussions go in circles, and too often nothing gets resolved. There is a growing concern that issues are being delayed and dismissed rather than addressed, and that undermines the confidence in this commission. The next chair must be someone who brings structure, moves discussions forward, and ensures that decisions are actually made. There are candidates who clearly bring that strength and align with those needs. Tamara McKay, for example, brings proven leadership and organizational experience along with direct familiarity with the commission and the challenges it's currently facing. Her focus on transparency, structure, and accountability is directly aligned with what is needed. Wendell Elantro brings strong experience in systems, documentation, and operational integrity. His background reflects a deep understanding of how processes must function in order to be reliable, verifiable, and trustworthy. And then, of course, there's my first choice, Commissioner Ralph Cushney, because he has already demonstrated active engagement with this commission's work. He's consistently worked from documented information and shown a strong commitment to accountability and transparency in real time. That being said, I want to acknowledge David Weissman's application. His credentials appear to be impressive and bring a respected legal background and history of public service. However, I do not believe he would be a good candidate for this position. Based on the materials provided, there's less demonstrated focus on transparency and reform and no indication that he's been actively engaged in addressing the current issues facing this commission. While those are valuable strengths, they suggest a more traditional approach rather than the type of active reform driven in this leadership. The role of chair requires leading discussions, guiding the body forward, and ensuring progress is made. A background rooted primarily in judicial decision-making may not translate effectively into the kind of collaborative, action-orientated leadership this commission requires. I believe that due to the extensive experience as a judge, he may have a tendency to try to rule from the bench like we just witnessed current chair doing regarding the last agenda item, rather than working collaboratively with the commission. For these reasons, I support Tamara McKay, Wendell Elantro, or the Ralph Cushney as the next chair of the Elections Commissions. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Shelby Billionaire, followed by Nancy Moser.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me from there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I'm on Bluetooth. I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm on the bus. So I do want to promote Ralph Cushney or Dylan as the next chair, because whoever's going to take over your position, chairperson, has got to do with all the responsibilities, the laws, the Sunshine Law. And, they're going to prepare for the massive lawsuits, but even I prepared to file a lawsuit for all the crimes being broken. Because if they to force people to break Article 3, Section 4 in the primary ballot and make people choose a party again, it's just breaking all the laws. Like I said before, the previous session, it breaks my heart and all the young people's hearts. Because why should we try start a new party, even vote or run for office when it's already rigged from the elections, like we already discussed? So I won't beat the molehill out of the bush, but whoever's going to be the next chair is going to have to take the responsibility, the Puliana, and be able to have to man up and do, or woman up, whoever it is. But I am concerned that some of the people like Tamara McKay and other people who sent their applications never got anything through to the other commissioners. And even I know Carl Dix and other people want to apply for Scott Nalgo's position, have to go to office elections themselves and send in their resumes because nothing was going through the proper chain of command.
Powell? Thank you.
The next testifier is Nancy Moser, followed by Kitty Olson.
Ms. Mosier.
Okay, and I'll attempt. There I am. Okay.
Yep, there you are.
Yeah. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for your service. I'm Nancy Moser, registered voter on the Big Island, on the island of Hawaii, in Hawaii County. I have submitted written testimony on this part of the agenda, number 5, and I am actually speaking up basically to ask for the process that you're using for the selection of the next chair to be outlined so that we, the public, can understand. So to be transparent with that and provide us details about how you're going to go to select. I'm glad to see there are a number of candidates that you can select between, some of whom have met the requirements of submitting a resume and cover letter with their information. I'd like to see you present the same information in the way that you select, evaluating each of the candidates. So I'm asking for that. Now, having heard earlier the testimony from presented on behalf of the League of Women Voters, actually, they did a fine job, as I heard it, from expressing the kind of things that I would hope for as well. So thank you for your time, and have a good afternoon as you do your work.
Thank you, Ms. Mosier.
The next testifier is Kitty Olson, followed by Keku Anoa Foundation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to, first of all, say that I appreciate many of the things that Ralph has attempted to do, along with Kathleen Propolani and also Dylan. My concern is that you didn't allow at the end of item 4 for anyone to make motions regarding Mr. Hendricks. And I'm quite upset that he was not willing to easily and effortlessly say that he would be willing to make that possible. It's hard for me to even think about going on to new elections without having 19,000 votes is outrageous. It's a lot. And $13,000 is definitely a lot. And for him not to even know how much that amount was, that it was minimal to him, that he didn't even know how much it was, is not a very good, strong person in my opinion. And I thank you for taking my call. I do agree with the very first testimony that was given today, and she put it on the line exactly. And I don't know how we can trust people just out of trust. You do have to have logistics, and you have to have numbers, and you have to make things happen. So I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
The next testifier is Keku Anoa Foundation, followed by Andrew Aker.
Keku Anoa. Going once. You're muted if you're trying. Keku Anoa. Going once. Keku Anoa going twice. Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Victoria Thompson.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear this time. Great. I will try to go fast. Like any election, electing a new chair requires a free and fair election that can be verified transparently. To help ensure that, we the people are recording everything, including facial micro expressions. We use the FACS, that's the Facial Action Coding System created by Dr. Paul Ekman. This is used by the FBI and the CIA for deception detection. That means that we can see lies based on facial expressions, patterns, right? All individuals and organizations participating in the Elections Commission activities are actively being investigated, and the full truth is coming to light soon. Election meddling or interference of any kind will be revealed, and justice will be swifter than many expect. Tamara Mackay, Carl Dix, and all other applicants shall be recognized and given equal and ample time to speak. Mahalo and a hui ho.
Thank you, Mr. Aker.
You're quite welcome.
The next testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Wallen Christian.
Yeah.
There you are.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you for having me. This is a beautiful office of Elections. I appreciate, and I prepared, so we'll make it quick. I appreciate the commission's job and what you all do. And I understand we're on number 5. We're discussing the Election Commission chair position. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to nominate Ralph. I think he's been doing an excellent job, and I know he's coming to his term. If he's willing. Also, Dylan, willing. Papa Limu would also be great if they're willing to step up. I would totally nominate them and would second that. I would also like to recommend professionally, business major, 90-day review for a chair or even an elections commissioner, just because sometimes it's not a good fit and it should be a good fit and somebody should be qualified. They should also have a good company culture, and it should be something that they're able to do. And I know it's not an easy job, and I give chair, like, it's not an easy job. This is a complaint committee and you take complaints all the time. So kudos to you for holding your ground, and you come a long way over the last 2 years. But 90 days doing a review, I think that would be fair, whether it is for the chair or the chief elections officer, which I know Scott is probably way overwhelmed, and I don't know if the chair can help him with any of those things. But with the amount of complaints that you're getting, I would assume that he has a lot on his plate and a lot on his to-do list. And I could see getting somebody else in there to help him would be very prudent. And yes, breathe. We do need somebody who is qualified and able to do all of the things that an elections commissioner does need to do. I don't know if there's any ongoing training for chair or elections commissioner, but if we can get some additional training and experience, I think it would vastly decrease the amount of complaints you're getting, and would also have a 90-day review of the elections commission, would allow them to review the progress in 90 days and have an agenda as far as this is where we're at, markers, and meeting those milestones. Kind of like a lieutenant governor, maybe we could have a lieutenant elections commissioner or chair, just in case she's sick a day or something. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Wallen Christian, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I'm sorry. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm actually on here for 2, Chair, if you are able to honor me with that. First, I'd like to read a testimony from Brennan Cabral, if we could bring him online.
If this is your testimony, he's
Well,
welcome
he
to have
can't
testimony as
can't speak because of that apparatus on his mouth.
well. Okay, so go ahead and read for him.
Okay, great. So this is what he wrote, Agenda 5, discussion on electing a new elections commission chair. His testimony is when it comes to electing a new commission chair, all of that hiring process should be done out in the public eye and not this kind of hush-hush, squirrely action hiding behind closed doors. Make it public, just like how these commission meetings are held in public. And in my opinion, which makes perfect sense, the next chair that I would consider would be between Ralph Cushney and Dylan Adrian. Straight up, because we don't need any puppets running this commission. We need someone who is fair, honest, trustworthy, transparent, and who is doing the right thing and who listens to the people and who is for the people, because these elections are ours, not yours. You better remember that. And to Mike Curtis, I just want to say aloha. That was from him. Can I say a quick testimony on mine? It'll be very quick.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. So my testimony, plain and simple. I do believe when we talk about qualifications, experience, all of those things can be learned through the process. What I really would like to see is someone who, number one, knows Robert's Rules of Order, since the Elections Commission has adopted that, because that is key when running a meeting and you do have a difference of opinion between people. So you need that. You need that order. Secondly, a person who is well grounded, who can, even though there is decisiveness, maybe there's a discrepancy, maybe there's a debate, we need somebody who can hold it still and remember to keep everybody in place. What I would also like to see is, and I like the candidates that are there. I personally know Tamara McKay. I think she did an excellent job when she was the chair for the Republican Party. I know Ralph Cushney. I know Adrian. I mean, like a lot of us do. I think they're great candidates. I would also ask is, because they are a part of the Elections Commission, is to ensure that the people's voices are heard and that you folks move on the people's voices. We will always have a committee member there who will not vote in favor of the people. We have already seen it too many times. We know it's going to happen. But all I ask is that all you commission members, please think about the people, and the new elected chair, which does not have to be today, by the way, as Austin Martin had said. Just make sure that you do this for the right reasons and for the people. With that, I yield. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Christian.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We find ourselves at a critical juncture in the history of our state's electoral administration. For too long, the default posture of this commission has been to protect the status quo, to validate the certified numbers without question, and to dismiss legitimate evidence-based inquiries as mere noise. We have seen what that complacency has cost us, a profound and justified crisis of public confidence. We need a leader who understands that an election commission is not a rubber stamp for bureaucrats. We need a leader who knows that the most important duty of this body is not to ensure that procedures are followed, but to ensure that the results are verifiably true. That is why I'm honored to stand before you today to endorse Commissioner Ralph Cushney for the position of chair. Why Ralph? Because Ralph Cushney has done what almost no one else on this commission was willing to do. When faced with a staggering 19,000 plus ballot envelope discrepancy in Hawaii County, he didn't look the other way. He didn't accept the nothing to see here narrative from the Department of Elections. He did the hard, thankless work of digging through the data, comparing official records against real-world postal receipts, and demanding the accountability that the people of this state have been begging for. He has demonstrated that he possesses the two traits most essential for a chairperson in this era: tenacity and intellectual independence. A chair who is afraid to challenge the department is a chair who is ineffective. A chair who is more concerned with the comfort of election officials than the rights of the voters is a chair who has forgotten their purpose. Ralph Cushney has proven that he is not afraid of the fire. He has shown that he is willing to stand alone, if necessary, to uphold the principles of transparency, auditability, and the rule of law. Under his leadership, I have no doubt this commission will shift from being a passive observer to an active guardian of our elections. We will no longer be satisfied with trust us. We will demand the proof that the law requires. We will ensure that every single ballot is accounted for, that chain of custody protocols are not just suggestions, but mandates, and that this commission finally becomes the independent oversight body the citizens of this state deserve. If you care about election integrity, if you believe that the people deserve to know that their votes are counted accurately, and if you want a chair who will actually hold the system accountable, then there is only one choice. I urge my fellow commissioners to support Ralph Cushney for chair. Let's bring transparency back to our process and restore the integrity and the trust that has been so severely compromised. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Vernell Ogu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Addressing this number 5 about the elections, I'm a new election commission's chair. I would like to put my support behind Ralph Cushney, as he's been sort of at the spearhead of election integrity in our state and bringing to light all the things that are wrong with it. The same as Dylan and some of the other commissioners who have been really not letting up on these discrepancies and these problems within our election system. I really hope that the next chair would understand the laws that are governing our elections are not guidelines. They're actually laws. And we see over and over again these laws being violated, including, but not limited to, the election records. It says elections and general record keeping here, 11-154 in the Title II. It really basically states that the voting ballots, the voted ballots, are not supposed to be in the hands of election workers without observers present. And we know that that happens over and over again as the ballots are supposedly being collected. And the question that's on the election office website about how can we know that our ballots are not thrown away, we can't know that because we don't have any accountability and we have no way of verifying that the voted ballots that people are dropping off, whether in the drop box or in the mail, are actually getting counted accurately. And so we would hope that the next election commission chair would understand these concerns that the people bring up and not dismiss them as irrelevant or as noise. And so there is another one, HAR 3-177-453, that is necessary for that accountability. And there's also a statute that's a counterpart to that very same rule. It's 11-98. It requires the accounting process for these ballots. And if we cannot have that, we need to go back to the precinct voting and one-day elections. I just saw recently a video showing that a CNC machine can duplicate signatures. How do we know that's not happening in the signature verification room? We don't. We have no way of knowing this because there are no observers present, and we're not trusting this system anymore. So I thank you for the time, and I really do hope that this election commission chooses the right candidate that's going to represent the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Julie Yamoto, followed by Tara Malia Gregory.
Hi,
Aloha.
can you hear? Hello,
Yes,
can you?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's see. Tamara McKay has demonstrated a strong commitment to organizational accountability, procedural integrity, and financial oversight during some of the most difficult operation periods within the Hawaii Republican Party. During her tenure as state chair, she worked through complex transition periods, convention operations, financial restructuring efforts, and organizational compliance matters while under significant pressure and scrutiny. I had the opportunity to work directly alongside Tamara during part of that time and observe firsthand her willingness to take responsibility, ask difficult questions, and continue moving work forward even in challenging circumstances. Beyond her technical and organizational abilities, Tamara is also patient, kind, consistently willing to work collaboratively with others. She is extremely hardworking, highly detail-oriented, and someone who pays attention even to small but important details that others may overlook. She has a sharp, analytical mind and a strong ability to quickly understand complicated operational and procedural issues. One of Tamara's particular strengths is her strong working knowledge of parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. She understands that rules, procedures, minutes, and formal processes are not technicalities. They are the structure that protects organizational integrity, transparency, consistency, and fairness. That procedural discipline is especially important in oversight and elections-related environments where accurate records and proper process matter. What stands out most to me is her understanding that governance positions are not symbolic roles. They require real operational discipline, documentation, follow-through, and accountability. In situations involving financial records, compliance obligations, and organizational transitions, she consistently recognized the importance of ensuring that processes were properly completed and that records could withstand review. The Hawaii Elections Commission requires individuals who understand the importance of procedural fairness, accurate documentation, institutional responsibility, and public trust. Based on my experience working with her, I believe Tamara McKay brings those qualities to the role. I support Tamara McKay for Hawaii Elections Commissioner because I believe she understands both the responsibility and seriousness that public oversight positions require. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Yamato.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Susan Strom.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Aloha, Chair, once again, and Commissioners Tara Malia Gregory once again. I have several questions regarding the appointment process for the Elections Commission. I just want to be on record stating under HRS 11-2.5, this commission appoints and oversees the Chief Elections Officer. What standards are being used to ensure applicants understand their oversight responsibilities and remain independent thinkers in this process? The person who's elected as chair needs to be able to coordinate that. And under Hawaii Sunshine Law, HRS Chapter 92, will the applicant qualifications, interviews, and voting processes be fully transparent to the public? I'd love to know that. A lawful solution to strengthen public trust would be to publicly post not only the resumes and attendance expectations, but also if there's any conflict of interest, disclosures before the appointments are finalized, while ensuring all deliberations and decisions remain compliant with Sunshine Law requirements. You know, I've been getting on these calls since 2024, and I will say, Chair Curtis, to your regard, you have grown. The first time I got on this call, you were just mute happy, and it was like a trigger happy thing with the mute button. But I do appreciate that there has been growth, and I just want to acknowledge you for that. Something that is disappointing, though, that did play out in this last couple of hours was the ability that you had to allow more of a communication and explanation from the commission to actually just cross-reference to specific things that were said by Mr. Hendricks at the county level. He did say, and I want to be on record quoting him, and it's on videotape, "I highly doubt I have the authority to open any ballots. The state Office of Elections needs to be involved." This is very important because there are multiple lawsuits with this discrepancy in addition to the $19,000 voters who have cast ballots that we can't seem to find who these people are. And the PIG report shows that discrepancy as well. So we need to know who is responsible and how will they be held responsible. I do want to also say, Commissioners Dylan Andrian, Ralph Cushney, thank you so much. I put my a vote of approval behind both of them. They have consistently shown up with facts and determination, and not this lackluster excuses. And I would put my vote behind them. And also, I've worked with Tamara Mackay. I've also held leadership positions in both the county and the state level, and worked with her expeditiously on many occasions, and I would put my vote behind her as well. And my encouragement to the revolving door of commissioners that do come in, don't tell the public or others that there's integrity behind people that you have not met nor worked with. It does diminish the value of what the people really expect when it comes to your word being ho'omanu. So mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom.
Thank you. I couldn't get unmuted there. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak one more time. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to say briefly, Anne Marie Hamilton gave an eloquent testimony on why we should endorse Ralph Cushney as our new Elections Commission chair. And I echo her and others' endorsement of Ralph as HEC chair. You are clearly hearing the will of the people on this agenda, and I strongly urge the HEC to take a fresh direction here and support the will of we the people as opposed to the status quo. I also want to give my thanks and support to Dillian. Andrew, and you guys have really led a great charge for just trying to support the will of the people and push towards truth and transparency. And I just want to give my thanks to others who have also taken that platform, and I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Laura Nakanilua. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Chair. This is Laura Nakanilua, Committeewoman for Hawaii on the Republican National Committee. I just want to raise my voice in favor of appointment of Ralph Cushney to the position of Chair of the Commission. I don't think I've ever seen anything out of Ralph that wasn't detailed, specific, and accurate in terms of the history of our elections, ballots received, the lack of transparency. He's been very detailed in both he and Dylan. I applaud all of the Republican appointed commissioners for their thoroughness, their patience. I applaud all of you, all of the commissioners that are sitting here today. Thank you very much for what you're doing. I understand the hours that it requires and the patience as well. But I also believe that our elections deserve due diligence and patience and very specific understanding and willingness to fight for both transparency and truth. And I think that when I hear, as a previous, testifier shared, and even Ms. Cam, I believe, when I hear somebody say some of the things that I've heard today, it's very disheartening that some of either the county clerk or other commissioners are trying to paint a happy face on the situation that is very dire here in Hawaii at this point. So the state of Hawaii is being sued by the DOJ. That case is ongoing, and it's also being sued by the Republican National Committee. That case is making some progress. The state, as Mr. Naga knows, and the counties have started to provide the information that was requested by the Republican National Committee on the voter rolls, but there is still, I think, some outstanding information still due on DMV records. However, the DOJ case is also moving forward. And while it may take some time, the truth is going to come out on how Hawaii does and does not do due diligence, where the state of Hawaii and the counties do and do not do their due diligence on record keeping and on ensuring Hawaii voters that our votes will count. So everything that you all do today, I appreciate and respect, but please be mindful that it's on record and you all are responsible for what you say and what you do. And when you obfuscate, that was a beautiful word by our former testifier. That's exactly what I see going on oftentimes. And it's, again, it's just so disheartening. But when you refuse to answer or you block an effort by the commission to investigate and look into, which is literally on the website as your primary duty to look into these unusual issues and these mishaps, you're doing the voters a terrible disservice. And I just ask you to please be aware of that and just try to do what you can to give us the confidence that you're truly doing your best. I yield.
Thank you, Laura.
The next
Thank you, Mike.
testifier is Patty Cook.
Ms. Cook?
I'm sorry, I apologize for
Oh,
trying to
there
get
you go.
lined up.
You-
I've submitted testimony and stand by my testimony. I'm Patty Cook from Waimea, Big Island. Thank you for all of the commissioners. Clearly, if you're on this commission, elections count in your book. I am concerned about the tone of election commission meetings. I'm particularly concerned about the process ahead to select a chair. There were 8 candidates that we can read the information on the site. 2 of the candidates did not submit resumes. It was very clear that a resume was required. It wasn't submitted. I think both of those candidates should be dropped from the list, get the list down to 6. I also really feel strongly about the kinds of questions suggested in my testimony that they be publicly asked of the candidates so that we have an opportunity to listen to who the candidates are. And that's for the commission's benefit as well as the public's. And that the process be as open and transparent and available for us to watch. Not that we should be asking questions, but that we should be able to watch and listen to both the interview of the candidates and the voting be public. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
Chair, there are no further testifiers. Those with their hands raised have already provided testimony.
Thank you. First of all, I think my term expires after the June meeting. So I would suggest the June 3rd meeting would be where action is taken to elect the commission to elect the next chair. I would also ask that at the next June 3rd meeting, that each of the applicants be given 15 minutes of question and answer, whether in public or in executive session. And the commission's decision and 6 votes to elect the next chair occur after those interviews at the next June 3rd meeting. I would also ask that some kind of structure, perhaps questions from the commissioners, be solicited and obtained so as there's no duplication of questions by commissioners. If each commissioner could suggest 1 or 2 questions to the candidates before the next meeting to be answered by each of the candidates, as well as additional discussion by the candidates at that time. If 15 minutes per candidate interviews at the next meeting is reasonable, I would ask that that be made either in public session or in executive session. Executive session encourages the participation and candid answers by both the commissioners and the applicants, but that's up to the commission. That's up to you. So I would entertain a motion to plan on the election of the next chair at the next meeting after interviews with each of the candidates at the next meeting.
I got a point of order, Chair.
So moved.
What's your point? What am I not following, Ralph?
So at our prior meeting, the commission adopted a motion directing the chair to provide any written documentation, rule, or formal commission action that grants the chair the specific powers and privileges he has asserted, and to distribute that documentation to all the commissioners and post it on the website. The motion was duly seconded and carried. So my question is, where are the written rules that we asked you to get? That's part of it.
I overrule the point of order. Most of that stuff's public information and
no, Chair, it's not. That's why we asked for it.
I'm overruling.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's not an appealable thing according to Robert's Rules of Order.
Well,
Back to this.
Why that document hasn't been circulated so that the next incoming chair can have it.
What he's asking for is ambiguous, other than written law that's public record. The point of order is overruled. The point of order is overruled. There's no appeal. We're back.
The commission voted on this.
It's not a vote. It's a ruling of the chair that cannot be appealed.
You can't override the commission. The commission acts by majority vote. We
The
already
commission
voted for this.
right now is on item 5, discussion of how are we going to elect my replacement? As
Well,
the
the chair needs to
I
know
would
when-
suggest
I
at the next
move-
meeting,
I move to adopt the recommendations that you spelled out and to conduct the election of chair on June 3rd.
and there a second
Second.
discussion. Yes, Dylan.
Does that mean we're glued to, like, what if we can't come up with a decision by June 3rd? You're just saying that we're going to start the end of that process on June
The goal is to elect a new chair on June 3rd. If that doesn't happen, we can address that possibility.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's the case.
Yeah, that is the case. If we can't do it June 3rd, then we're going to have to keep on doing it until you replace me.
Right. Well,
With
I
six-
mean, I
with 6
appreciate,
votes.
I'm referencing the testifier, Austin, who testified, and I don't want to be under pressure to select the chair. I want to make sure we make a good decision. So
I do too. That's why I want to do it next month. Have time to think about it and time to get questions for the applicants that are consistent for all the applicants. And we could do that with each one of the commissioners offering 1 or 2 or perhaps 3 questions to address each one of the applicants at the next meeting. The motion on the floor is to have the election on June 3rd of my replacement as chair of the commission. And my suggestion was 15-minute interviews. You can argue whether it's going to be in public or executive session on an amendment if you want, or on the next meeting. But the motion on the floor is to elect the next chair from the applicants that are currently applied for. It was mentioned that several of the applicants didn't have resumes, which was one of the requirements of the application. So if they didn't have a resume at the time of application, then they're not qualified because each application has to have a resume. So there are apparently 6 applicants, 2 of which, 8 applicants, 2 of which didn't have resumes. So the 2 that didn't have resumes aren't qualified because they didn't satisfy the application requirements. The motion on the floor is to elect
You're making this stuff up. You have no special powers. and
Excuse me.
Show me where you
The
have
motion
them.
on the floor is June 3rd, electing my replacement. Discussion on the motion. Ms. Papalimo.
Yes, I'm concerned about the 15 minutes. You're asking us to come up with 2 to 3 questions for each person. So there's 8 of us. At 2 questions, that's 16 questions. If there's only 15 minutes, that doesn't even give them time to answer all of them. So I would recommend you either extend it to 30, giving them time to answer, or is the 15 minutes only on the answers and not on the time with the questions? I just think the 15 minutes is too short. With eight people asking 2 questions is already 16 questions. That wouldn't even be a minute per question.
Well, I anticipate the commissioner questions, some of which to be redundant. The 15 minutes was a suggestion. A half hour is not unreasonable. It depends on how much you want to, what it takes to meet the candidates.
Right. And if we finish prior to a 30-minute, then we're done. But at least it gives us time that we're not cut off at 15.
Okay. So you would amend the motion to limit the interviews to 30 minutes rather than 15 minutes.
30 if needed, yes.
Is there a second?
Maximum of 30.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Sure.
Okay, moved and seconded that the June 3rd election of my replacement as chair, the interviews to be limited to 30 minutes per applicant. Other discussion?
Chair, I've had my hand up since we started.
I'm sorry, Lindsay, go ahead on this amendment of 30
Yeah.
minutes rather than 15 minutes.
No.
We'll get back to you then. Is there other discussion on the 30 minutes versus the 15-minute suggested interviews? Yes, Dylan.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that we need a time limit on interviewing these applicants. We should be thorough with each one. and
We
take
need
our
to treat each one fairly and equally.
right. So the fair and equal would be exhausting every question that the commissioners have.
We're not going to give them 3 hours each.
30 times 8 is 4 hours. How many hours do you want to be here, Dylan?
30 times 6.
8 hours,
and 2 of them.
16 hours?
That's par for the course.
Okay,
This is selecting a new
the
chair.
question is
Doesn't have to be-
15 minutes or 30 minutes. Is 30 minutes adequate or do we need more?
I'll support the 30 minutes. It's better than 15.
I think we need less. I think we should start with some written questions to each of them. We have time to submit those to the chair and have the chair ask each person to submit those written answers. It'll cut down on a lot of the time that we would otherwise have to spend. And it'll give us more opportunity to actually review them rather than having to do it in real time.
Thank you. Barbara.
I was going to say we could phrase it as a maximum of 30 minutes.
Okay.
One thing. And I would also suggest, this is not as directly relevant to the amendment, but that commissioners submit these questions that we wish to be asked of all the candidates well in advance of our 6-day lead time for the announcement of the meeting, for the noticing of the meeting.
Concur. The amendments to 30 minutes maximum. Is there any other discussion on the 30-minute limitation per interview of each candidate? In that case, I'll ask for a roll call on the amendment, increasing the time limit to 30 minutes if necessary.
Okay. Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Lindsay, what's up?
Okay, so there's a lot in your motion. Can we just have a little bit of discussion before we have to make 17 more amendments? I want to talk about whether we could have a meeting that is just devoted to interviewing and electing the chief and not having other business at the same meeting. So
That's my intent as chair for the July 3rd agenda to be exclusively for the interview and election of my replacement.
June 3rd.
June 3rd.
Yeah, June 3rd. Didn't that what I say?
July.
He said July.
Oh, I'm sorry, July. I'm out
Counting
in
the
July.
days.
Thank you. So it's June 3rd. I'm sorry, go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, just as a little personal side note, I'm going to be on an airplane that day. So if it's going to be June 3rd, I don't think I'll be in attendance, which would just make it harder to get 6 votes for somebody.
That's correct.
So there's that. And so having a meeting that is just devoted to that is clear. Having a 30-minute limit to each candidate is clear. I don't understand the question part. I think we should tighten that up. I think we should ask the same questions of each candidate, and that it shouldn't be like left up to chance in the moment, but we should agree on the questions ahead of time. And I don't know what the vehicle is for doing that.
That's the intent. And that's why I asked each commissioner for 3 questions. Some of you are going to be asking the same questions. So it's not going to be 24 questions. It'll probably be a dozen questions to be asked to each candidate during that up to 30-minute interview.
So who determines those questions then? Who sorts?
You do. The commissioners are the ones that propose the questions. I'm asking for 3 questions from each commissioner. Redundant questions I'm going to combine. I'm sure your thinking is going to be similar in many areas, and I'm sure at least a fourth of the questions are going to be duplicated among commissioners. So we're not going to ask 24 questions. We're going to ask unique questions from each of the questions the commissioners that you provide.
Are we going to ask the same questions of each candidate?
Yes, each candidate gets the same question, equal treatment. And the other question is whether it's going to be in executive sessions or in public. So
Okay,
the gist I get is that in public, because this commission has never gone into executive session. I don't anticipate it for the next meeting.
Okay.
Dylan, you have your hand up.
Yes, I liked Commissioner Osterkamp's suggestion of there being written questions that we provide to the applicant. So I think I'm trying to figure out, are we deciding on those questions right now in this meeting? Or are we on an email thread later with the secretary and she's playing the middleman because of sunshine law and trying to get that all figured out before the June 3rd meeting?
The questions will be suggested and determined before the 6-day notice requirement for the meeting. I'll share those questions with everybody and they'll be part of the 6-day notice for the June 3rd meeting.
But
sharing with everybody, sharing with each of the commissioners and with each of the candidates what those questions will be. Yes, Barbara.
We narrow it down.
That would be my question. How do we ensure that there isn't a leak of the questions to the applicants?
I would ask that the questions be leaked to the candidates and included in the 6-day notice prior to the June 3rd meeting. Give them an opportunity to prepare. Ralph, your hand's up.
So, listening to testifiers, are you intending to vote?
I can't vote.
Okay.
I don't have a vote in that meeting.
Okay.
Call for
Dylan.
the question on this motion, if you would.
The question suggests that we eliminate any further discussion and bring this motion to a vote. It takes six votes to stop discussion, and I vote is to stop discussion. I would ask for a roll call.
Who made a motion and who seconded it?
Barbara made the motion. So did somebody second that?
No.
Did somebody want to second that? It's a
Can
call
you
for the
repeat the
question.
motion again? Repeat the motion.
The motion considered is the question which would bring the motion to a vote and end discussion.
It was a call for the question.
That's right.
For immediate voting.
What's the hurry?
I think we got more things to discuss here.
Clear on our procedures here.
So the move for a question dies for lack of a second. Ralph, what you got?
So after the interviews, and you can't unilaterally say who's disqualified and not qualified. It's up to the commission to choose that. So after the interviews, when we take a vote, or is each person going to vote yes or no on every person? How is that process going to go?
Can we make that a different motion?
I don't believe that's after the interviews. There will be a motion to affirm somebody as chair. And we discuss it, and if there's 6 votes, that motion passes. If there's not, that person is not elected as chair. We'll do that until we get 6 votes for a chair.
So then, but if we're going to get consensus and everybody says no, we're going to bring everybody back up again, or how does that work? If
that discussion and decision making is internal to the commission.
I know, so I think we should make that decision now.
Would it be after we vote on this, then we can consider that?
We gotta. The motion is we got to figure out all of our methods right now on what we're going to do.
It wasn't part of the original motion, how we're going to vote. Can't that be the next motion?
That could be, I would suggest we consider that after the interviews.
That's going to take too long to decide that. We need to do that up front.
Well, the vote is you could nominate each of the candidates, each of the applicants, and get a 6 vote or no.
Well,
and we can do that one at a time per candidate, giving each candidate an opportunity to obtain 6 votes. So after the end of all the interviews, the commission will make a motion to appoint someone as chair. And then we vote on it. I'm sorry, you vote on it.
Can we consider our method of voting after we vote on the motion that's on the floor?
We can have this discussion afterwards if somebody has a definitive motion on how the vote's to be taken.
I do, but
Okay.
it's after this.
Okay.
So we're still on June 3rd and et cetera.
And
That's
30 minutes per candidate.
we got
And that's
Lindsay,
the
day can
sole.
you make?
I'm sorry, Ralph, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to amend the motion so Lindsay can be there. So what day can you be at the meeting?
other day. Any other,
The day
Let's see.
before you can do it or the day after?
either, both.
What about
day-
June 10th, the following
June
Wednesday?
Would be
No.
fine or any,
It's not until June 30th to be chair. It's not,
Yeah, we can do it
not
on.
a house burning down here.
Let's do it the 2nd or the 4th.
do it 2 weeks from today or
I would like to extend it to the 10th, and that would give our candidates at least a little bit more time to answer the questions and for us to go over their answers prior
Well,
to.
their answers are going to be during the interview. They're not going to give us written answers. These
Oh,
are questions that are going to be asked during the interview. So Lindsay, you want to make an amendment to change the date from June 3rd to some other date?
you want me to say it like that? So moved.
Well, yeah, amend the motion from June 3rd to whatever date you're choosing.
Okay.
Well,
June 10th was thrown out there. I'm fine with June 10th.
Great.
So the amendment to the motion that Lindsay just made is to move the meeting from June 3rd to June 10th, the second Wednesday of June. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Is there anybody opposed to that? I would ask for a roll call then. Okay, on the amendment, changing it from June 3rd to June 10th. Ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian?
Aye.
Commissioner Pana excused. Commissioner Kushney?
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton?
Yes.
Commissioner Cam?
Yes. Sorry and thank you.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas?
Yes.
Chair Curtis?
Yes.
Motion passes.
So the amendment to the motion passes to where we'll have the interviews and election of the new chair on June 10th with personal interviews, Zoom interviews, not of no more than 30 minutes. Each one of the commissioners will offer 3 questions to the candidates for chair. And I'll weed out the redundant ones. And is there any other discussion on this motion? Dylan?
Yes, I don't think all of that was a part of the motion, so I wanted to offer another idea. Instead of you, Chair Curtis, being the person to aggregate all these questions and decide on a final list, I think it would be more impartial if we said someone from the majority party appointees and someone from the minority party appointees get to aggregate those questions and come up with that final written questions that we're asking the applicants to give a written answer to. And then I would say when it comes to the live interview, you just leave that open, right? That all of us commissioners have 30 minutes to ask whatever questions that we have.
I would ask that this question be moved to after this motion and be a motion in itself.
Is there a motion on the floor?
So right now, the motion on the floor is to have candidate interviews and to elect the next chair on June 10th with personal interviews in public of no more than 30 minutes. Any other discussion on that motion?
And Chair, for the record, I just want to be clear, this is not forcing the commission to elect someone on June 10th.
If we can't do it, then we'll have to process that, yes.
That's it.
I would entertain a roll call on this motion.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair
Who's-
Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
So for the sake, this questions, you guys are gonna have to come up with a motion for the questions, but my suggestion was 3 questions per commissioner. The redundant ones being weeded out. And the suggestion was that we needed a bipartisan committee. So I would appoint Barbara and Lindsay to review the questions and reduce them for each, and we'll ask each of the candidates each of the questions in their 30-minute interview. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Sabas moved, and who seconded that?
Barbara.
Barbara. It's been moved and seconded that
Does Lindsay accept and Barbara accept being the people appointed?
Yes.
well, that, okay, if we can include that part of the motion to include Lindsay and Barbara to
Well,
be
you can
the,
just ask them.
Yeah, we just said yes.
Okay, perfect.
okay. So that'll be included in that motion, yeah. Barbara and Lindsay will be the arbiters of the commissioner's questions.
Discussion, please.
Discussion, please.
How soon do we get them?
I would ask for them in the next 14 days. Each commissioner has questions that they think relevant for my replacement. And if you could submit those to the Office of Elections, they'll distribute them to Lindsay and Barbara. And then the refined questions can come back and be published with our notice of the meeting of June 10th. If I'm not mistaken. Ralph, you had your hand up.
No.
Okay. Dylan, you have your hand up.
Sorry, Chair. I think you're conflating 2 different things because my thought was what Barbara and Lindsay are doing are aggregating the questions that are going to be written questions that these applicants are submitting answers to the commission prior to their interview.
Correct.
And because that's what
I'm not talking about written. I'm talking about questions during the interview.
Questions to eliminate the interview time. I think that is important. I think we should do that. So I just want to insert that into the conversation here.
I agree with Dylan.
I thought that, but Commissioner Osterkamp, isn't that what you were asking? That they get their questions early with their answers so we can look at them?
Yes.
Yeah, so
I think that'd be really helpful for all of us.
I think so too.
That's what I'm talking about, that
Okay.
Commissioner and Cam are aggregating those questions. We're getting that to the secretary's getting that out to the applicants, and then they submit their answers to the commission. We see that prior to
14-day thing do they get a timeline to send that back in so that we have adequate time to review?
Yeah, for sure.
Barbara, your hand's up.
Is there a motion currently on the floor?
No, he was just recommending a motion.
I thought there was a motion.
I move that we disqualify the 2 applicants who failed to meet the minimum requirements for applying for the job, which was to submit a cover letter and a resume. And there are 2 applicants who failed to do that. I move that they be disqualified now.
Is there a second?
Fails for lack of a second at this point.
Okay, can we stick with what we
Dies for lack of a second. So can I have a motion?
I think we had our staff typed it in. Motion to appoint Commissioners Dalton and Camp to serve as the arbiters of the interview questions, written interview questions.
Well, and part of that was the questions from the commissioners consolidated through Barbara and Lindsay, eliminating redundant questions so that they can itemize and document questions to be asked of each of the candidates.
Written questions, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what's here now. And
well, I think that needs to be, that motion needs a little bit more in it. So we are appointing them to look at the questions that are submitted and merge them and get those questions out to the candidates for written response within 14 days.
Yes, Lindsay.
What do we do in the half-hour interview then? If we already have their answers in writing, I would.
Then that's the time when
that was
answers would mean you could still.
Wait, Ms. Papalimo, Lindsay has the floor.
I was thinking we would give them the questions ahead of time so that they could prepare what they want to say. Why get them to write it? Why not just ask the questions and hear what they have to say in person? You know, why do they have to write out the answers? And what are we going to do with them for half an hour if we've already got their answers?
Allows you other questions during that.
Ralph, you have the floor.
Not other questions.
Wait, Ralph, you're up.
So to answer Lindsay's question, if they answer in writing, and then we can read those answers, and if we have follow-up questions, we can ask it in that 30 minutes, but we don't, that's our 30 minutes are capped. We don't need to take the entire 30 minutes. If we don't have any follow-up questions, everybody's going to have different follow-up questions for each candidate.
Thank you, Dylan.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to, I've been a part of several boards and commissions where we're appointing a department head, a fire chief, a police chief, or whatnot. And a best practice has been this of providing a written questionnaire. Applicants can submit a written response to the commission that we can review prior to the meeting. And that interview section is meant for follow-up questions or any other additional questions that commissioners may have related to them being appointed as.
Exactly. Yes.
What if we make their written response optional, where they could answer the questions in their interview or answer them written, and give them the opportunity to share with us their elaborated answers?
No, I don't think so. I think
okay, just a thought. So the motion on the floor, what's the motion on the floor?
To appoint Commissioners Dalton and Cam to serve as the arbiters of the written questions.
No, we haven't voted on that. We're
okay, and that assumes each commissioner is going to offer that committee of three questions for the candidates. Is that right? That's an assumption there. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
Was Dylan Powell read the motion?
Please, can the secretary please read the motion, because you're the one responsible. Nicole?
Motion to appoint Commissioners Dalton and Cam to serve as the arbiters of the written interview questions.
And the written interview questions are 3 from each of the commissioners, is a corollary of that. And you can leave that unsaid or said, whatever's. Any other discussion?
To understand, and you said 14 days. So
well, yeah, you set the time, Lindsay. What would work for you?
Oh.
Let's turn in the questions within 7 days.
How about a week?
Yeah.
Yep. You got a week to submit your questions as commissioners to the next chair.
Okay. And then we could take, I don't know, a week to mess around with them. Barbara, I'm looking at
Corp Counsel has his hand raised.
Okay.
14 days or whatever's. And
that takes us then to the 20th.
Okay.
And give
so
them
there's plenty of time.
Raymond, and he would get them out to the candidates
as soon as you give it to him.
Okay. All right. And then
they should have 10 days to respond.
Ask them to respond in writing, and then we use the interview time to do follow-up questions. Okay. I understand.
And each of the questions and the responses will be published as part of the notice of the June 10th meeting.
Will we receive those prior to just those 6 days before? So that we have more than 6 days to look at them.
Can't promise.
That doesn't seem necessary to me.
Yeah. Okay, is any other discussion on the motion that Lindsay and Barbara review the questions from the commissioners that will be asked to the applicants for the chair's position?
Hi, Chair.
Entertain-
Sorry, quickly, I just want to quickly note, just for sunshine purposes, just before the vote's made, I think this is permissible, but I think what should be clear is that I think to the extent that you're voting on appointing Lindsay and Barbara, that sunshine does allow two members to talk to each other about board business, but only if there's no commitment to vote is made. So I think any discussion you can't discuss on how you would commit to vote on this matter. I think another thing is that when submitting your questions, when all the commissioners, when you submit your respective questions, it should be to the Office of Elections, and not some thread that includes everyone, because that would constitute, a discussion of board business outside of so I think that should be clear before you guys vote on that, but just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Jordan. Entertain a roll call vote.
Commissioner Andrian,
What are we voting on? I'm sorry again.
On appointing Barbara and Lindsay to review the questions submitted by the commissioners that will be asked of each of the applicants for the chair, as well as requesting written responses of the candidates to be discussed during their interviews on the June 10th meeting. Is that close? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yep.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Abstain.
The motion passes.
Would have been unanimous if you said yes, Chair Curtis.
The
last.
Move to adjourn.
I don't get a vote on this.
I move to adjourn.
No, please don't do that.
Wait, we have unfinished
You
business.
have to rush the end of the
Wait,
meeting.
okay, wait.
I have to pick up my grandson.
There's been a move to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn. I would entertain a roll call vote on that one.
We still have agenda items.
Not even done with our agenda items.
We have a motion on the floor.
She's welcome to go.
It's not a proper motion.
We have a motion on the floor.
It's not a proper motion, Chair. You don't
can
do that
vote
in the
again.
middle of
Wait,
a meeting.
we're going to have a vote on this. It's been moved to adjourn and seconded. I would entertain a roll call vote on that one.
Yes, sure. Commissioner Andrian,
No.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Dalton,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
I have to
Anybody?
leave in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Is there any other motions on item 5?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
So what is her?
What is your motion?
I would like to have a discussion, and so we can.
We'll discuss a motion. The discussion's for a purpose. The purpose is for addressing the motion. Do you want to make a motion, Ralph?
Yes, I move that the Election Commission conduct the selection of chair through successive rounds of voice voting, in which each candidate is considered individually, and each commissioner casts a yes or no vote on every candidate. After the initial round, any candidate receiving fewer than 3 yes votes shall be eliminated from further consideration, and additional rounds shall be conducted in the same manner until a candidate receives 2/3 vote.
Second.
There a second?
It's great.
Was there a second?
I seconded, Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Chair, I think that's a fair way to do it. Then every candidate is voted on until we have someone with a majority, 2/3 majority.
Barbara? Aloha?
Wait,
I'm leaving.
you don't want to. So I think that we are assuming that somebody will get 2/3.
No.
And I would certainly not vote for anything that requires us to stay until we have 2/3. This isn't a jury. If we can't get 2/3, we can't get 2/3.
So Ralph's motion was to eliminate candidates down to maybe 2 that we can consider reasonably.
But he said until we get 2/3. That assumes that is.
We can take that out of the motion. You can make an amendment.
Ralph, wait. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Anything that assumes that we're going to get 2/3 is something that we should not be voting to approve.
That's fine.
All right. So, Ralph, can you revise the motion?
Sure, I can. I move that the Election Commission conduct the selection of chair through successive rounds of voice voting in which each candidate is considered individually, and each commissioner casts a yes or no vote on every candidate. After the initial round, any candidate receiving fewer than 3 yes votes shall be eliminated from further consideration, and additional rounds shall be conducted in the same manner.
Can I offer an amendment?
Yes, please, Lindsay.
Instead of saying anyone who receives fewer than, fewer than 3 votes, because anyway, could we just say the lowest vote getters are eliminated?
How many?
Well, he's talking about 1 at a time rather than 6 at a time.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, the lowest, like anyone who receives 0 or 1 vote is eliminated. And because there might be, I mean, there's only 8 candidates and there's 8 people vote. There's so many options that there could be a lot of people who get 3 votes or less.
Your caveat is not relevant because Ralph says 3 or less. If you
Right.
get
You can make an amendment to the motion.
3 or more. But
He said
Lindsay's
less.
talking about 1 or 2 votes where you're eliminating anybody with less than 3 votes. If you get 3 votes, you can continue. If you
Right.
don't get 3 votes or more, you can't.
I'd like your
Ralph's motion.
Make an amendment, Lindsay.
Okay.
Like-
I would just say the lowest votes rather than less than 3.
Ralph's motion was to vote individually rather
Yes.
than as a group. If you're voting, if everybody gets 3 yeses, then you can't eliminate anybody.
I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. I'm just saying, I think three votes is too many to be eliminated. If you get 3 votes, you should still be a candidate.
Was less than 3.
Yeah, he said less than 3. He said you had to get 3 to continue.
Right. And
And you think 2 votes, if you get 2 votes?
No. Papalimu, Ralph, Lindsay, you made your point. Ralph.
Yeah, so let's amend the motion that the lowest vote getter, if it's tied for lowest, are removed rather than have it for 3. So after a round, the lowest vote getter will be removed. If it's tied for lowest, however many are tied for lowest will be removed. And then we'll do successive rounds instead of giving a number. So whoever the lowest are will be removed.
that's what I meant. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about this process?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
It sounds to me that what you're actually proposing is more of a initial round to decide those who might be acceptable to commissioners, to a few commissioners, rather than deciding those that any particular commissioner truly wants. So in other words, one commissioner might think, yeah, person A is fantastic and person B is fantastic. And it would strike me as odd that we would be at that point able to vote for only one or the other, because I'm assuming that that's what the rule would be. We can't be voting for more than one if that's intended to be the final vote for a particular person. But if we make the vote system something where we're basically making the initial round something where we're weeding people out, In other words, if somebody's clearly not acceptable to even half the room or even a third of the room, then why continue to look at that person? That might be an efficient way to go about it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dylan?
Another way we could do this is by taking the highest vote getters. Couldn't we do that instead of your lowest vote getters if we're going to do successive rounds? And then the other thought I'd offer, when we did the Hawaii County Police Chief, it wasn't necessarily successive rounds, but if there wasn't anyone elected selected after we had voted on each candidate, it went back into discussion with the commission, and someone had to lead out with nominating a person again and just taking it until somebody was elected. So those are two different ways we could probably do this.
Yeah.
Ralph?
Yeah, I'd say let's stick to, you can vote to Mr. Osterkamp's question. Everybody, you can vote yes on every candidate if you like. You can vote, but we go through that and the lowest vote getter gets eliminated and we do it again. That can happen pretty quickly, I think.
Try it, I don't know.
What if somebody gets 7 yeses and somebody else gets 6 yeses in that initial round?
Well, then they would be chair.
Well, no,
but both those people would have the number of votes that are needed.
Let's get real. We'll probably wind up changing this a little bit after the interviews. So I don't think we have to tie in our method of elimination of candidates at this point.
No, it's going to take too long later. Let's do it now. So your question is, if somebody gets 6 and somebody 7, we're eliminating the low vote getter.
They've both been elected chair.
No, well, we're eliminating the low vote getter. So
and practically
on each round,
that ain't going to happen. Okay, well, go ahead, Ralph.
We're eliminating the low vote getter. So if we come to a round where somebody gets 6 votes and somebody gets 7 votes, the 6 votes gets eliminated and the 7 vote wins.
And that ain't going to happen.
No.
So let's stick with your 3 and
that was
discussion of the original motion.
Question.
No.
Mr. Sabas.
I'm a little confused here because the person who's pushing a procedure is also a candidate. So I'm questioning whether there is or isn't a conflict of interest in Ralph advocating one way or the other on what our procedures should be. Ralph, you shouldn't say anything unless you withdraw your application. Get out. You're a conflict.
It is a conflict, Ralph.
That's fine. I'll stop discussing this.
You should pull.
Okay, so if that's the feeling, Ralph, can we withdraw a motion? Didn't we just talk about that at the last meeting, whether we could withdraw a motion or not?
Yeah, I think once the motion's here, it belongs to the board. The board can eliminate the motion.
Okay, I just thought.
Yeah, no, it's my understanding that once a motion is made and seconded, it belongs to the commission.
Okay.
Didn't this body vote if the original?
Yes, if the original person withdrew the motion. That we did.
Anyway, if it would make people feel better, Ralph can withdraw his motion and I could make a motion.
I will draw my motion.
And who seconded his motion?
Dylan.
Dylan, you can retract your second?
Sure.
Okay. Lindsay, you got a motion?
I do. Okay. It's very similar, actually, surprisingly. I move that we elect a chair using the sequential runoff method, which is recommended when there are many candidates for one office. Initially, commissioners cast a yes or no vote for each candidate. The lowest vote getters are eliminated. The commissioners again cast a yes or no vote for each remaining candidate, and again, the lowest vote getters are eliminated. As the field narrows, one candidate can potentially get 2/3 majority or 6 votes.
There a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion.
I think the language is appropriate, And I think it doesn't also limit us, if we look at the votes and it's, oh, this person has 2 and this person has 1, this person has 3 or whatever, we could also in that moment all agree or take a vote to eliminate everyone who has 3 or less or 2 or less or whatever. So I think this just gives us guidelines to work with.
It doesn't guarantee.
Supporting the motion.
I'm in support. Also, for the record, I was a part of the commission last time, and Michael Curtis was a candidate, and we were all a part of discussing.
We were all a part of the discussion, correct?
Yeah.
I didn't enter the discussion.
But I have a question on all this. Is that requiring people to vote in an affirmative manner on anybody?
No.
You vote yes or no on each person.
Okay, so
but to answer
what you're proposing, when it's narrowed down to 2 people, you can vote no on both people, correct?
I guess you could. Yeah.
Well, you say I guess, but I mean that's a really important distinction, because if it's down to 2 people that one commissioner doesn't like, we shouldn't be compelled to vote for either one of them.
No, that's right. You
don't have to vote for either one of them. You do have to have 6 votes for a chair.
No guarantee that anybody's going to get 6 votes.
That's right.
Poof, we start all over again, I guess.
I would entertain a roll call on this motion on how to vote for potential candidates for chair next meeting.
Commissioner
Roll call,
Andrian?
please.
Aye.
Commissioner Apana excused. Commissioner Kushney?
He took a break. We'll come back to him.
Okay. Commissioner Dalton excused. Commissioner Kam?
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas?
Abstain.
Chair Curtis?
I have to abstain. Ralph is the 5th vote when he comes back.
Okay.
And again, Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes,
questioning whether Ralph should even be involved in this discussion, being that he's a candidate.
And then that was going to be a motion that I was going to make, that anybody who's a candidate should be conflicted out of voting for any candidate for chair.
And perhaps participating in the discussion.
Correct. That's a motion that I'd like to make. And I don't know if Ralph can vote on that motion either.
Okay.
Well,
after this,
prior.
Ralph, we need your yes vote. Let's all take a 5-minute break and wait for Ralph, if that's okay with you. Oh, Ralph, we need your yes vote on that last motion. You're the 5th vote.
Commissioner Kushney, you're muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. So we're voting to do the method.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with 5 votes. Jeffrey,
yes, the
you had a
motion
motion.
passes.
Yeah, I think I already made it.
No, please, it was off the record. Let's go for the record.
The motion is that any candidate for chair is not permitted to vote for chair or to engage in the discussions on chair.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, I would like to discuss. President, that the last time we elected a chair, both Dylan and yourself were involved in discussions and voting. The rules, HRS rules state that all 8 commissioners get to vote for a chair. So I don't want to mess with the rules. And so I'm against that.
Other discussion?
Same here. Thank you, Chair.
It's as clear of a conflict as can be. I mean, voting for oneself for chair, and also
but there's a conflict of interest. He can remove himself.
Papalimu, please. Jeff has the floor.
I mean, to have one candidate quizzing the other candidates would be very unseemly. It's not something that we should allow to happen.
And it would be a conflict of interest. Yes, Ralph.
Yes, Chair. So the statute says that The one member, number 5, serve as chairperson of elections, shall be selected by the members of the election commission, selected pursuant to paragraphs 1 through 4. So the 8 of us pick the chair, and I would say that all of the chairpersons have come from the commission. So this point that he's bringing up is mute, because it's expected that commissioners would run for chair like yourself, and you got to have a vote. It's 8 votes to pick to get 6. So I'm against this motion.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sabas.
Can we have Jordan weigh in on this issue, please?
Yeah, Jordan, is a commissioner running for chair, voting for himself, a conflict of interest?
I would look at the same provision that Commissioner Cushney pointed out. It provides that it shall be selected by the members stated in A1 through 4, which is the 8 commission members. So I would agree that all members may vote for the chair, even if one of them are being nominated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion on the floor is that Ralph recuse himself from any discussion on electing a chair, and it was seconded. I would ask for a roll call vote.
Yeah. Commissioner Andrian?
Nay.
Commissioner Rapana excused. Commissioner Cushney?
No.
Commissioner Dalton excused. Commissioner Cam?
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu?
No.
Commissioner Sabas?
Yes.
Chair Curtis?
Abstain.
Oh, yeah.
But
The motion does not pass.
okay. Any other actions on item 5? Moving on to item 6, unfinished business. I would invite Scott Nago to share with us your thinking on your letter regarding the Help America Vote Act. Your response to that, please. Synopsize your response.
So,
Scott.
Chair, you have our letter. Our position is that our plan is compliant. We did file an amendment for the hearings process on September 1st. It was published September 1st, 2005 in the Federal Register. Also, we did not, there were no concerns raised by the EAC as regarding to our compliance with the HAVA plan, or compliance of our HAVA plan. It is our belief that our plan is already in compliance with HAVA.
Thank you. I have to apologize. I need public testimony on item 6, unfinished business. If you could open the public testimony, please, on item 6, HAVA and Garner Shimizu's letter.
The first testifier is Victoria Thompson, followed by Michelle Stefanik.
You're still muted. There you go.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Still in the office, brought pizza. Hopefully, if anybody's here, if you want pizza, it's out in the lobby. We've never been HAVA compliant. That is why we have the lawsuit with Peter Benninger on the mainland. So that is, Scott, shame on you. That is an outright lie. I am not believing the words that are coming out of your mouth right now.
I believe he has updates on those.
Okay, so we need to hear the complete rundown, yes, of what's been done and how we're HAVA compliant, because last time I looked, nothing was HAVA compliant. So can we finish getting his report then? As to how
after public testimony, yes. After
Because
public testimony, yes.
okay, but you're going to get a lot of complaints if we are just reeling off at the mouth. If we're HAVA compliant now, let's hear. Like, we're HAVA compliant because we did this, 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 and this. Awesome, let's go.
Patience is coming. Thank you.
Okay,
Do
can
you
we
have
do
any
it
other
before?
any
then?
other comments?
Please don't lie.
Okay,
Thank you. I'll yield.
welcome.
The next testifier is Michelle Stefanik, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
You're muted. Thank you.
Okay.
There you go.
Hold on one second. Okay. I want to be very direct with my testimony on this. The Office of Elections is claiming compliance with HAVA because of a grievance process that exists. But the real question is this: how can the process be compliant if the chief elections officer is the one effectively reviewing and dismissing complaints against his own office? He can't or he won't. Either way, the results are still the same. HAVA requires a process that actually adjudicates complaints, not one that allows the subjects of the complaint to control the outcome. If complaints are being dismissed without being addressed on their merits, as already been stated in your own discussions, then that is not a functioning grievance process. That is a closed loop. So the issue here is not whether a grievance process exists on paper. The issue is whether it actually functions as required under the law, whether it is real, functional, and capable of fairly adjudicating complaints. A complaint process that lacks independent review is not a meaningful process, and a process that is not meaningful cannot be considered a complaint in compliant in practice. So again, the issue is non-existence. The issue is function. And based on what has already been acknowledged on the record, there are serious reasons to question whether or not this process meets the requirement of HAVA. Now, regarding legislative audit efforts, Representative Shimizu made it clear that this effort did not move forward due to lack of support from leadership, and the Commissioner Sabas is the one with the relationships and experience to move this forward. So I want to ask a direct question to Commissioner Sabas. As a Director of Public and Governmental Affairs at Carl Smith Ball, when you're hired by clients to lobby for something, are you going to Representative Shimizu to get whatever you need done for your client? I don't think so. If not, why would you present him as the person of best interest to accomplish this task? You are a professional lobbyist. That is your area of expertise. So it's either you are not using the relationships and influence that come with your role, or this is more about appearing to take action while relying on a newer representative with limited pull to make predictable outcomes. In closing, both of these issues point to the same underlying concern. We are being told a process exists. We're being told that efforts are being made. But both cases, the outcome tells a very different story. A complaint process that cannot independently adjudicate complaints and an audit effort that is not being effectively advanced both undermine confidence. At this point, it is not enough for something to exist on paper. It must function, it must be transparent, and it must produce real results. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Doug Pasnick.
Hey, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Are you taking testimony on 6B as well? I just want to make sure this is about.
Yes, A and B.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, start the clock. Chair, prospective chairs, and commissioners. The Elections Commission has repeatedly acknowledged that Hawaii's elections are presently unverifiable. The Commission's own PIG reports and discussions identified ballot accountability discrepancies, chain of custody deficiencies, and inability to independently reconcile election outcomes. You know, HRS 1175 and HRS 1185 establish the Commission's responsibility to oversee elections and ensure the validity and reliability of election results. The Elections Commission is part of the executive branch. The Chief Elections Officer reports to the Commission, and the state auditor operates under HRS Chapter 23 within state government authority to investigate and audit government operations. So the people are left asking, why is the Elections Commission asking the legislature for permission to perform oversight already assigned to the executive branch? Why is funding being treated as the obstacle when evidence supporting an audit already exists within the commission's own record and the auditor has a legal responsibility to investigate? The commission has identified evidence of unreliability and then deferred the responsibility to the legislature, to the auditor, and to outside entities. Representative Shimizu attempted to assist the commission's audit efforts, but if you read his letter, he ultimately expressed frustration with the commission's failure to follow through. So the result is the commission acknowledged election verification failures, requested outside rescue, and failed to execute meaningful accountability within its own authority structure. That's a central irony. The agency charged with ensuring election reliability identified evidence of unreliability, then acted as though it lacked authority to pursue accountability inside the very branch of government it serves. That's not competent oversight. That's abdication of duty and institutional nonfeasance. The people are no longer questioning whether problems exist. The commission's own record established they do. And the question now is whether this body intends to fulfill its statutory duty or continue institutional delay, deflection, and dependency while Hawaii's elections remain unverifiable. Because oversight without action is not oversight, it's theater, and we are watching. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. Back to Scott. Would you care to share anything about HAVA and
Hey, Chair, I'm here.
Yes, sir. Would you offer any additional insights?
No, because of potential litigation, I will not be offering any further insight other than the letter.
Thank you. Any questions of Scott on the letter that he wrote to the commission
Yes,
regarding
Chair.
HAVA? Yes, Ralph.
So you dismissed the complaints because they were against you. You didn't address any of the merits of the complaint. So how is that a compliant procedure?
Because of the pending litigation, I would not be answering that question.
But you're claiming you are compliant.
Yes.
So I have a, would you be okay if we ask the EAC to weigh in on this?
That's up to you.
Okay, I have a motion, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, I move that the Elections Commission send a formal letter to the U.S. Election Assistant Commission requesting a determination as to whether Hawaii's HAVA compliant process is compliant with Section 402.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
So the request will explain that the Chief Election Officer dismissed complaints without consideration to avoid conflicts of interest associated with an adjudicated body deciding a matter brought against itself, resulting in a process where complaints involving election officials cannot be heard. It's that simple. So we're just going to ask the EAC if, when receiving complaints against themselves, if they can just get rid of it because it's against them.
Other discussion. Lindsay, you have your hand up?
Yeah, my question for Mr. Nago is, if you're in compliance, why is that not reflected on the checklist that's on the website?
Because if you, in our letter, we said we filed it in two parts. We filed our initial plan, which has the checklist, and subsequently we filed our complaints process, which is after.
Okay, but if anybody looks at at your website and at the HAVA checklist,
Because that is part of the original plan.
okay, can't you figure out a way to change that?
Right.
Because how would anybody know that it's
That would be,
by
that'll be
some?
amending the plan.
The motion on the floor is sending a letter to EAC. You're going to send a letter to EAC or not? And the discussion is on the motion on the floor.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Ralph, you got more?
Yes, I just hope everybody can vote yes on this. And it's simple asking them, Scott's compliant, he's confident, then this should validate that.
Thank you. Other discussion? Entertain a roll call on the motion. Could you reread the motion, please?
Yes, I move that the Elections
No,
Commission.
I'm asking the secretary to reread. Thank you. I want to make sure she has it right.
Motion that the Elections Commission send a formal letter to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission requesting a determination as to whether Hawaii has a compliant process, with Section 402.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton excused, Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
You're muted, but we'll take that as a yes. Ms. Papalimu? I can't hear you.
How could that be?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No,
Motion does not pass.
thank you. Are there other motions regarding HAVA or questions for Scott while we're here?
Yes. I move. Do you have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead, please, Ralph.
Okay, I move to hand count the 2020 ballot envelopes from the County of Kauai with the aid of volunteers. The count shall be done before July. The method shall be the same as proposed for the 2024 ballot envelope audit. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Lindsay. Okay. Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
So we're getting zero resolution to any of our questions. We can't get receipts for the envelopes. We're told we have to wait for an audit. In 2020, we have a documented discrepancy for the number of envelopes that Kauai County collected and the number of envelopes that the state reported counting. So the difference was 3,379 envelopes. So the Kauai County has documents for receiving 28,352 mail envelopes, and the state reported counting 31,731 mail-in ballots. And as we know, there's no way for the number of envelopes to increase after they're collected. The 22-month rule does not apply to this. It's half the number of envelopes on the Big Island. We can get this done in a day and a half. But we need to have some kind of resolution if the record keeping is no good. What's going on? So I just hope everybody can vote yes to this, and we get some volunteers together and we go count the envelopes from the 2020 election on Kauai.
I don't think that's part of the thing, but I'll entertain the motion. It's not part of this unfinished business with HAVA or Shimizu.
Part of getting resolution to.
But go ahead. Well, I'll accept this motion, but it's not an agenda item here. But go ahead. And that was seconded?
Yes.
You made the motion. You can't second it.
It was Dylan.
Who seconded the motion?
Lindsay actually seconded it.
I thought so. Okay, could the secretary reread the motion, please?
Motion to hand count the 2020 ballot envelopes from the County of Kauai with the aid of volunteers. The count shall be done before July. The method shall be the same as proposed for the 2024 ballot envelope audit.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana excused, Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton excused, Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Are there any other motions regarding to Hava or Garner Shimizu's letter?
Yes, Chair.
Lindsay,
I have something about unfinished business in general, if I may.
if it's on today's agenda,
I move once again that every item of unfinished business be listed on the agenda. Specifically for this meeting, we should see line items for the documentation of the chair's special powers and privileges, for the written opinion requested from the Attorney General about whether we can conduct an audit, and about the formation of a PIG for signature verification that goes all the way back to January as unfinished business. And if I could just add that even if a response is not ready, this is how we keep our collective memory. And when topics are left off the agenda, then they are lost and forgotten. So we have, Kahialani had a motion at the last meeting that we include all items of unfinished business. It passed. We've done this a couple of times before, and yet things just disappear. So that's my motion.
Yeah, we've already made the motion, and to do it again, I don't think it's inappropriate. But Chair, why don't we have these things on the agenda?
we have limited agenda and I didn't look at those. Any other discussion on unfinished business?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph, you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to discuss Garner Shimizu's letter.
Okay, what would you like to discuss with it?
Well, as testifier said, I'd like to address Mr. Sava's clear conflict of interest. And he's a registered lobbyist. He would never take his paying clients to Garner Shimizu to get anything done.
That's a discussion for ethics.
He's been appointed.
That's a discussion for ethics. You're out of order. Ms. Papalimu, what do you have?
This is purely performative.
You're out of order. Ms. Papalimu.
Yes. I have a question for Scott Nagle regarding the Hava and his letter.
Okay.
And so I want to go to his letter. And in the beginning of his letter, he states that the publication of the Hava plan, so that was the plan they were expecting to put into place, was filed on March 24th. And it was basically saying, yes, we received this. Yes, we're going to work towards it. But a plan was actually never submitted. And then he says here that he refiled and resubmitted September 1st. Oh, I'm sorry, where is it? In 2025. And so am I reading that correctly? In accordance with this and what was previously stated, Hawaii indicating in its state Hava plan that it would develop and establish a state-based administrative complaints program that had their state-based administrative complaint process published September 1st, 2025. So when he had said, yes, he would get a plan, we did not meet because the plan was not instituted in 2004. Why was it another 20 years before any action was taken on the plan? I mean, it's kind of like something falling off the face of the agenda and never getting looked at again. So the federal law requirement for Hava, which came out in 2002, Hawaii addresses in 2004, and then never comes back to it until lawsuits are filed, and then it gets published in 2025, and it isn't even a plan. It is a plan that we're going to plan. The plan isn't actually in there. And so my question to Mr. Nago is why 20 years?
So that is a typo. If you look on page 3, the underlined part, it's supposed to be September 1st, 2005. The 2025 on page 4 is a typo.
Oh. So you are saying that in 2005, the plan was instituted and put in there?
2005, the plan for the complaints process was filed and published in the Federal Register.
Now, was that the plan or was that the process that you were going to submit a plan?
No, that was the plan.
So where is this plan in writing?
I believe it's on the EAC website.
On the EAC website, and you didn't include a link to that in your letter?
No, I did not.
Okay, can I ask you to please send a link out to be distributed to the commissioners?
Sure.
Anything else?
And, yeah, why does it, so it's still saying we do not meet, even though you submitted that in 2005?
As I stated earlier, that is what the do not meet is from 2004 before we submitted the 2005 part.
So they never, you're saying that they never corrected it?
No, it's part of our original plan in 2004.
No, but the do not meet on their website. Did they never update that if we met it?
That is, from my understanding, that is our self-reporting at 2004.
So where it says do not meet, that's what you folks graded yourself.
Correct.
So where is your grading that you did meet?
It's in the 2005 register. And also the letter says we have not received any indication from the EAC that our plan is not in compliance.
Okay, so that's why we were going to request a letter from the EAC saying we are in compliance. Okay, I get that now, because you're saying you never received one from them after you resubmitted saying that you folks met the criteria. Correct?
Well, I think we would not have received federal funds if we weren't in compliance.
Oh, and because you continued to receive funds, that made you think you were in compliance. You assume you're in compliance because you're getting money.
Correct.
Okay. So if the money stopped, then you would be not in compliance, is what you're saying.
Well, we wouldn't receive funds if we were not in compliance.
Correct. That's what I just said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to address the item on Representative Shimizu's letter, please.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank Representative Shimizu for his response. Our request of him was made in December, prior to the official opening of the legislature. And we didn't get a response from him until recently, of course. And the legislature is about ready to conclude. But the reason for requesting what we did of the representative was pretty obvious. One, in the speaker's letter to the commission, dated November 18th, I believe it was, she recommended ways in which we could approach the legislature to request an audit. And one of the suggestions from the speaker was that we get a legislator to introduce legislation. And being as Representative Shimizu was, a regular participant of the commission meetings, it seemed obvious, at least to me, that we asked him to assist us. And we did. I did. And his initial response was that, oh, they have quotas, but he'll go check to see if he can get a resolution or a bill in, but they have quotas. Now, I would have thought that at the very least, Representative Shimizu would have drafted something either a bill or resolution. And he would have contacted either you, Mr. Chairman, or me and said, hey, commissioners, this is something I'm thinking of drafting and submitting. What are your thoughts? Can you assist me in getting this heard? And of course, I'm sure you would, as would I, offered our input and our support. And I would have probably tried to get some support from those legislators that I thought may be helpful. And I would have hoped that Representative Shimizu would do the same, and we would have had something submitted. But we didn't get anything. He didn't do anything other than to meet with the speaker, who had advised us in November that this is one way of getting it done. Now, contrary to the comments made by Commissioner Kushney and a previous testifier, you may be surprised to know that I have taken my paid clients to see Representative Shimizu. So my concluding comments are that I don't think an audit is really necessary. We don't need one. If Representative Shimizu won't even make an effort to at least draft something for us to take a look at, if the state auditors has suggested that we should talk with the county, we heard from Mr. Hendricks today, this nonsense of an audit should be dropped. Enough said already. I've been here since October, and I've said that many times before, and that's all we keep hearing about. Let's move on to the next election that's coming up. Let's do some things that's constructive, that's helpful, that will move us forward to have a good election. And Representative Shimizu, mahalo for doing nothing. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Sabas. Any other discussion on item 6, the current unfinished business, Hava and Shimizu?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
I'd like the same amount of time to have a discussion as Mr. Sabas did.
You already have.
No, Chair.
Do you have a motion?
No, Chair. Mr. Sabas talked without a motion, so I'd like to reflect for the record. We've been trying to verify anything from any election, and the commission keeps on voting it down. And that's not how you get trust. That's how you get distrust. We have no proof that anything that Mr. Nago is telling us is reliable. So we just voted on a motion to count the 2020 envelopes, and we couldn't get a yes vote on that. That very simply put some of this stuff to rest, but your inability or your unwillingness to vote on a motion to count, to have some different verification, is going to expand the distrust to the public, and it's creating a great disservice. So thank you.
Thank you. Would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Nobody else has anything on unfinished business, so would ask for a roll call vote to adjourn.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
That was Thank you.
Commissioner Pana excuse Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton excuse Commissioner Cam,
Yeah.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu excused Commissioner Sabas,
Abstain.
Chair Curtis.
This is a move to adjourn.
Abstain.
Yes.
You don't need my vote.
Adjourn. Thank you very
Motion
much.
passes.
Thank you.